Let's get a bit into what is IEA Task 51 forecasting. The IEA was founded in the 1970s as a answer of the OECD countries to the oil shock. And in the US, you had more the typical pictures of the long petrol station queues, while in Europe, the memory that's connected with it are the car-free Sundays. And the IEA has set up a number of technology collaboration programs, which are technology specific. There are over 40 different ones, including, I think, 11 in renewable energy, and wind is one of them. Wind is covering, the wind TCP is covering something like 80–85% of all installed wind power in the world. And our task has at the moment 12 members, but we have some knocking on the door. If you look into the history of forecasting, and I'm sorry, I'm taking a bit of a personal view here because we were involved in these European projects and some of the Danish projects. So in the beginning, we had deterministic approaches mainly and hybrid approaches. Hybrid meaning here that we actually took the data from the wind farms and we're doing something together with that data for the very short term and blended it with the NWP data for the longer horizons. But then in the early 2000s, I think the whole sector got quite a boost with projects like the Animos project, where we first did get into probabilistic approaches. We had a first benchmark of models. We had sort of established the model chain that we use up until now. And we had a very good collaboration from meteorology all the way to end users. And I think that's one of the benefits that at least the model shown by the Animos project run by George here has done over the years. And we had then seen that there was probabilistic forecasts being possible, but not so used. And then we went into how can we make these probabilistic things useful directly for decision making. So we had another project together with industry that tried to implement directly the probabilistic forecasts in the decision making process. And at least one of those demos is actually operational now. Came relatively late. And then we had another project, SafeWind, that looked into more specialized forecasts, ramp forecasting, cutoff forecasting, alarming, and so on. So that's sort of also what happened in other countries. And the US had the larger wind forecast improvement programs, which Carolina is going to talk about, projects that Carolina is going to talk about a bit later. And then we're going into the time of the IEA tasks. And we had a TEM, actually we had several TEMs over the years. And the last TEM topical expert meeting was in, I think, 2014, when we sort of started the remit of a IEA task proper. And I got offered the operating agent position, which I enjoyed for many years now. And that was, we had two phases in forecasting for wind energy, because we were the wind TCP, so it was very logical that we looked into how do we forecast the wind and how do we use those forecasts. But then we had a bit of a redefinition because we needed a new phase and did over a year a few workshops looking into, so what is it really, what has changed over the last 6 years that we had this IEA task 36, and how can we go forward from here? And the main thing that came up is that it's not just wind, it's wind and solar and probably hydro and probably some other things. So we're looking for forecasting for the weather-driven energy system. It's also from the energy system. It's not just power anymore. We're looking into power for mobility, power to X, power to all sorts of other uses. So it's a much broader remit, and we can't do that alone. That's why we are trying to have that together with some friends. But here, just a short look back on task 36. As mentioned, we had weather prediction, power conversion, and use of forecasts, all three. So trying to get not only the individual pieces improved, but especially get some unity, wholeness in the whole thing. Then we have that also aligned with the work packages. One of the flagship publication is actually the recommended practice on how to choose a forecasting application. And it's now a actual book, and there might be some flyers around here that you can grab. If not, all those slide decks will be made available on the homepage. We looked into uncertainty propagation. We looked into a broader, more accessible paper on uncertainty forecasting. We looked into use cases of probabilistic forecasting. We had a workshop on minute scale forecasting, which we also will do in task 51 again. That ended in a paper, which is one of the things that I want to get out of this workshop as well. We had a workshop for end users, mostly in Glasgow, just before COVID hit. And that was some of the things that we did in the old phase. And now what has changed in the past, as you know, we had central power stations feeding a power grid, and then we added some wind power and solar power to it. But that's getting more and more different already in the present, but especially in the future, when wind and solar are going to be the backbone of the wind power of the power system, and then we need to have also different approaches. So we looked into what are the topics for the next phase and came up with a orthogonal structure. So we still have the work packages aligned to who is in there, who are the stakeholders, but we got work streams that then span at least one, if not more, of those work packages. And I'm going to introduce all of them quickly, but suffice it to say, we're having should be able to see that. We're having collaboration partners for nearly all of those, because we really can't do that ourselves. And WMO, the World Meteorological Organization, is one of those partners. We have a representative here, but it's also from the wind TCP some tasks, and I mentioned some of those collaboration partners where they are. So state of the art and research gaps, that's the work stream that is actually organizing this event here. And this is modeled after a workshop that we had in Barcelona 6 years ago, and that I liked a lot, and the people who were there also liked quite a lot. So that I think was very obvious to do one again, now that we have that broader remit. But then obviously we will continue to look into atmospheric physics, including the special atmospheric physics for airborne wind energy. It's a new task under the wind TCP, and you see all these kite-like things that fly in 300 to 600 meters, which is a altitude that not many people really have looked at, and they might actually have different quantities of interest. Also for landing and starting and landing, the turbulence structure seems to be much more important than you would have for a fixed structure. We'll be looking into seasonal forecasting, where actually the next workshop in a year's time, or well, next summer or so should be. We're looking into uncertainty, probabilistic forecasts, decision making. How do you connect those? We're looking into extreme power system events. That should be a workshop in 2025. And obviously, it can be an extreme weather event that will have implications for the power system. Like here in the background picture, that's the cold spell in Texas 1.5 years ago that wreaked havoc in the state of Texas because they weren't prepared for it. And that was extreme weather. But things like that, the weather outside here looks suspiciously close to Dunkelflaute, can also be an extreme power system event. And that's definitely very boring weather. Data science, artificial intelligence, obviously we have a work stream on that one because it's a lot of what the power conversion people and vendors do. Privacy data markets and sharing. We're going to have a full session on that tomorrow morning. Value of forecasting, obviously, you want to know how much value is my forecasting having and how much value would potential improvements in forecasting have, because that's something that you then can write into your project applications and get some funding, hopefully. But then we're also getting wind energy in countries that previously haven't really been on the map and are also from the WMO data collection network on the map. And so we call that forecasting for underserved areas, where you see up here a graph of how many meteorological stations you actually have, and you see Europe is very well served, North America is very well served. But if you go to South America, Africa, then it's much, much less. And so the quality of the meteorological models will be worse there. How do we deal with that? How can we do anything about it? Finally, there's a small work stream on forecasting in the design phase. Can you actually get some money out of knowing the forecastability of your wind farm while you're doing the design? And then we're also having a workshop on minute scale forecasting, again, together with people from the LiDAR task, from hybrid plants, from the wind farm flow control task, and others. So in summary, we are a relaunch of Task 36, now under the name of Task 51. We're looking at a much broader system. We collaborate with a lot of related tasks and TCPs and even external organizations. Data markets are going to be quite a focus for the future, and we'll have 4 public workshops. And with that, I hope you are going to enjoy the next 2 days, maybe 3. And I'll hand the word over to who's on the program, Eirgrid. So let's see if you get this.
This will be interesting to see how this all works.
Yeah. Yes, let's see. You can connect to the Zoom and share. Sorry.
Zoom.
Yeah. You should have gotten a mail on that one. Otherwise.
Easily enough, like,
your mail was
Conor C-O-N-O-R.
Eirgrid.ie.
I send you a presentation.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah.
That might be. Can I publicize that on our webpage afterwards?
There are a few notes from it on that, at least, but they're not controversial.
That PDF it anyway.
Yeah, well, that's perfect.
Gregor. Here we go. Could you just
Good morning, everyone. I think your coffee break is in jeopardy. My name is Conor Kavanagh. I'm an engineer. I got my degree and master's here in UCD many moons ago, and about 20 years ago, and graduated just downstairs. Since then, I've been working in Eirgrid, so for the last 20 years, so in various roles. So let me introduce Eirgrid. That's coming up next one, right? Let's do it this way. Yeah. That going up. Very good. Well, apparently we're local heroes, according to Gregor. So Eirgrid, for those of you who don't know, is the transmission system operator on here in Ireland. We're part of a group of companies called the Eirgrid Group, which includes Sony, which is the system operator in Northern Ireland. And together we operate the power system on the whole island. We also have a joint venture known as Sony, which is this single electricity market operator, which runs the wholesale electricity market on the island of Ireland. And we also own one of the two HVDC links from here over to Wales. So for context in my presentation today, I just want to give you a brief overview of the power system on the island of Ireland. So as you all know, Ireland is located on the west of Europe, sitting in the Atlantic Ocean. And that's great, great for wind, and it's a great wind resource. Makes forecasting very difficult, as I'm sure a lot of you will be aware. But the prevailing wind hits the west coast, and as a result, a lot of our wind generation is located on the west coast of Ireland. But a lot of our load is located on the east coast. And we also have our HVDC interconnectors, one from Northern Ireland to Scotland and another from Wales over to, or from Ireland from here over to Wales. So when the wind blows, it has to make its way across the wind generation has to make its way across the transmission system from west to east, which makes brings a lot of challenges from a network perspective. It also, from a voltage perspective and a dynamic stability perspective, it brings challenges there too. But then when the wind isn't blowing, the dynamics of the power system change completely, in that we're very reliant on thermal plant. So we've very little hydro, about 2%, very little solar. So really we're reliant on gas predominantly. There's a little bit of indigenous peat and a little bit more of coal, but it's all gas really. So a few statistics. So our in terms of generation on the island, we've got about 10 gigawatts. Our peak demand is around 7 gigawatts on the island. We've a winter peak demand for sure. And so we've a summer night valley of about 2.5 gigawatts. Our record wind occurred back in February of about 4.5 gigawatts. And the next day, we actually had different record, wind record, around 96% of our electricity was coming from wind. Now, there's a bit of a caveat to that, in that we have operational constraints at the moment where we limit the amount of wind that we can have to about 75% for dynamic stability. So on a day where we meet 96% of our demand, that necessarily means that we're exporting over to Britain. So that's an overview of the power system. Now let's talk about the weather. In today's presentation, I'm going to cover off these 4 questions to get a bit of discussion going. So why is it important to forecast? What forecasts do we use? How do we use the forecast that we have? And what does the future hold? I'm going to lightly touch on the first 2 and then go into a lot more detail on the latter 2. So why is it important to forecast? Well, traditionally, when we talked about forecasting, we talked about load forecasting. So that was trying to figure out how much the load was for tomorrow and to make sure that we had enough generation to meet it. But that was very easy to predict. You'd look at yesterday, you'd look at last week, last month, last year, and and that gave a good correlation as to what forecast for today was going to be. A few of the trickier days were sudden cold snaps or certainly holidays. But broadly speaking, traditionally, we were within about 1% of our load forecast. We'd also forecast for storms as well. So during storm conditions, we'd want to forecast that so we could make the power system more resilient in advance. But today, now with all the wind we have in the system, and you'll note I keep talking about wind because there's very little hydro and solar is in its infancy. With all the wind that we have, the renewables is now a fundamental part of our power system now. And forecasting is fundamental to how we operate a power system and make sure that it's secure. So, what forecasts do we use? Well, we use a lot of different forecasts and bring it all together. So we for sure use the National Weather Services. So there's the Met Office and Met Éireann. So and similar to the population really, and we'd use that as one of our guides. We'd also use any available forecasting that's out there on the internet. The grid controllers themselves will have a range of locations that they look at in order to bring together their best feel for what the forecast is going to be like for the next period. They'll go different websites, to be honest. Windy.com is a current favorite among a few of them. But each of them has their own kind of preferences. But the biggest, most important forecasts are, we go and procure 2 forecasts from commercial providers, some of whom are represented here today. And they provide us with the forecasts and a lot of detail around the wind, but also now getting into solar. We're also conscious that our market participants will also be using forecasts, so they need to forecast in order to bid into our market arrangements. The way our market works, that doesn't have too much of an effect, other than it fixes the flows on our interconnectors between Ireland and Britain. So that the forecasting of that has a significant effect on what those flows are going to look like. And other forecasts we use, we check in with the asset owner of the network. So we don't own the transmission network, but we'd be checking in with them and their forecasts that they use. So we try and bring all those forecasts together to get a sense of what's happening. But from making sure we've enough capacity, it's the forecast that we procure that are core to our scheduling process. So how do we use the forecasts? Let's get into this in a bit more detail. So this slide here shows today's forecasts. So it's the jurisdictional forecast that shows the south and the north and the jurisdictional, and this is what we get on aggregate from our wind forecast providers. You'll see the trends along the bottom, and yeah, this is the first view that we have. So yeah, looking at today, to be honest, so we do have to forecast our generation a long time out. In fact, we do multi-year forecast, looking at our generation, annual, monthly, weekly, but it's only in this 5-day kind of timescale that we start looking at the forecasts, the contribution from wind and solar, so particularly wind. So looking at today, my colleagues in the back office today will be looking at this forecast, and anything below about 1,000 megawatts, then they know they're in for a bad week. Because what happens is a lot of the time market forces will take this wind and export it over to Britain, leaving us with whatever conventional generation that we have. And at present in Ireland, we don't have enough. So things will be tight across the day, across the week, based on these forecasts here. But of course, just looking at these graphs is a very cursory view of things. We get into a lot more detail and a lot more sophistication later on. So we've had to make this transition from conventional to renewables. It's been very good. But just to give a feel for what that looks like on a day-to-day basis, I've these two graphs from back in April, as you can tell. So on the 11th, lunchtime on the 11th of April, about 3/4 of our electricity came from renewables. And then 2 days later, we're down to 5%. So we need to be able to manage both types of days, and we need to be able to manage between as we transition from one to the other. So on those particular days, like that transition will fundamentally change the flows of power across our network. It'll fundamentally change where we source our voltage control from. So getting it from the central power stations or from our wind farms themselves, depending on the day. We'll go from a day on the 11th of April where we're very conscious of our dynamic stability limits, to a day where they're not binding at all and not something to be concerned on. So they're the kind of things we have to be mindful of and set up processes, practices, tools, policies in order to deal with those type of days. So you might be interested in how have we evolved over the last 20 years. Back when I started 20 years ago, I was helping to connect wind farms around the country. But at that time, our planners saw that if we keep going the way we're going, we'll soon be in a position where we can't secure the power system. And they reacted to that and put in place two particular things. It wasn't very popular at the time, but it was seen as necessary. They put in controllability of the wind farms. So any wind farm that's above 5 megawatts can be directly controlled from our control centers. So that's been fundamental to being able to manage the power system at the levels that we're at the moment. The second thing is we demanded of all the wind farms connecting a lot more data, a lot more weather data, in order to provide that to our wind forecast providers, our partners in that area, to give them the best chance to make as accurate a forecast as possible, or forecasts as possible. So that was a bit of a knee-jerk reactionary thing that in essence had to happen. But since then, we've been a lot more proactive, and we've put in place these proactive programs of work to look at that transition. So in essence, we've gone through we're going through two programs. One program, we've named it DS3 program, has been running since 2011. And it's nearly finished, and I'll talk about that in a bit more detail. And it's now we're setting off on a new program called the Shaping Our Electricity Future program. So how did we set up that change program, that DS3 back in 2010-11? Well, we set up with 3 pillars. So we were looking at system policy, system performance, and system tools. So policies, we needed to we're making major policy changes. We needed to have a robust mechanism to make those changes and involve all the stakeholders in that. So we set up fora to discuss, debate, and change our policies on the back of that. We also needed to trial the new arrangements. So we put in place very formal, systematic trials for every time we were stretching the operational limits. And we've stretched them at regular intervals over the last decade, up to the level to enable the levels of wind that we have today. We also looked at system performance, so looked at the performance of the grid itself to see how it's coping at these new operational limits. Looked at we demanded more out of our generation portfolio, so there was a lot of monitoring of conventional and new type of technologies coming on. So certainly wind but things like demand side management, things like batteries are coming, solar coming. We've more technology beyond that, synchronous condensers, etc. But we needed to make sure that what they were promising they were actually delivering on, because we were very dependent on it. And then we put in place system tools, so really control center tools. These are decision support tools. So we leveraged the existing energy management system. It's a core tool that the control center uses. Within it, we built this wind dispatch tool that helped with the controllability of the hundreds of wind farms that we have on the island. So rather than dispatching each single one of them, we can now control them en masse or in local areas, depending on what constraints that we have. So that was important. We improved our wind forecasting tools and our visuals, but fundamentally we're getting all the data from the commercial partners on that. But we've worked with them to improve and add functionality to that. We have built 3 control center tools as well. So we've built a ramping margin tool, a look ahead stability assessment tool, and a voltage trajectory tool. So the last one is nearly built, to be honest. And once it is built and in place and working, that will represent the end of the DS3 program, and the shaping program will be in full swing at that stage. So let me give you an overview of how all these tools work together. So you'll see at the heart of this is our scheduling tool. But where it all starts is we get the forecasts in. We get the forecasts in on regular intervals every 6 hours, and that data, and it's a unit level data, will go into our optimization, but it will also now go into our ramping margin tool along with ramp forecasts. And I'll look at that in a bit more detail in the next slide. But it looks at the uncertainty of the wind and solar. It combines it with the uncertainty of the load, but uncertainty of the interconnection as well. And it does a calculation. It comes up with the ramping requirements at various time intervals, 1 hour, 3 hour, 8 hours, and they become operational limits going into the scheduling optimization engine. That optimization engine also takes in lots of other data. So it takes takes in market participant data, their commercial data, their technical data, takes into account the flows between Ireland and Great Britain as determined by the markets. It'll take in our estimate of the load forecast, and it'll take into account lots and lots of operational constraints. It knows what the network, the underlying network looks like every half hour. It knows what voltage concerns we have dotted around the network, and it has various dynamic stability limits in there. One was the 75% limit. It's a little bit more complicated than that, but it takes in all those limits and optimizes and produces a schedule for today and tomorrow of all the generation that's in the market. And we issue that out to the market, but we also feed that back around to our ramping tool so it can monitor how much have we enough ramping in all the timescales. It also feeds our lookout stability assessment tool and our voltage trajectory tool. So a lot of you be a lot more familiar with this than I will, but I'll go through it. So as the slide says, so each vendor generates an ensemble of forecasts based on different weather models. The average forecast is provided as a variable generation forecast. The ramp forecast is generated by calculating the ramp for each forecast within the ensemble for the 1 hour, 3 hour, 8 hour ramping timescales. The 80th percentile is chosen as the value provided in the ramp forecast. The variable generation forecast and variable generation ramp forecasts are used to calculate the variable generation uncertainty. And the variable generation uncertainty is combined with the load forecast uncertainty and the interconnector uncertainty to produce those ramping requirements in the various timescales that I mentioned. And this ramping requirement is then one of the inputs into that scheduling, into that integrated scheduling process that I mentioned on the previous slide. So here's what the ramping tool looks like. So particularly the top left. What that's showing is we look at 1 hour, 3 hour, 8 hours on an all island basis and on a jurisdictional basis, so north and south. And what this is particularly highlighting is we've selected the south ramping margin 1, and the green line is showing the ramping margin, and the blue line is showing the ramping margin requirement. And clearly in the middle there, the ramping margin we have is dipping slightly below the ramping requirement. And that's seen in the optimization schedule in the table below. It shows that there's a shadow price at those hours. I won't go into that. The more interesting thing is on the right-hand side where you can see the graphs. So you can see the wind forecast is dropping off, the red line is dropping off. And below it are two scenarios. One is the optimization with the ramping and the requirement. The other one is the optimization without the ramping requirement. So what happens without the ramping requirement is optimization sees the need for the generation coming from a unit and it brings it on just for evening peak. But when the optimization knows about the ramping requirement, it sees a need for extra generation in order to meet the ramping requirement. So it brings that unit on a bit earlier. So that's one scenario. Other scenarios are the simple, without the requirement, it doesn't see the need for a generator. With the requirement, it does see the need for a generator, so it brings it on. Another classic example is overnight. It might look to take off a unit overnight and bring it on in the morning, but with the ramping requirement, it'll see the need to keep that unit on. So that's the kind of ramping margin tool. Other things we get from our wind forecast providers are graphs like this, which shows it's a probabilistic forecast of the high-speed shutdown for particular hours. And how do we use that? At the moment, it's very straightforward, simplistic in terms of how the grid controllers will actually use this. They'll receive this in from an email, and it'll put them on edge. It'll make them aware that this is a likely possibility, and they'll have to start using their engineering judgment, and that's where we're at. So what do I mean by engineering judgment, and what actions do they take on the back of that? So what they'll typically do is they'll schedule defensively, is the term we kind of use, which means that they might look at the two wind forecast providers, and they use as simple as use the lower one to give the they might scale down the one forecast a little bit more to provide extra ramping above what came in automatically from the ramping margin tool. If there's any marginal issues around should I bring on a unit or not, they'll tend to justify bringing on the unit based on having this forecast. Similarly, if there's a borderline case of taking off a unit, they use this as a reason for keeping it on. It's simple, practical things like that. In a more severe example, between north and south, we do a lot of sharing reserves from an economic perspective. But if we've got these high wind conditions, we might look to make the two jurisdictions more independent, and for each jurisdiction to carry its own reserve. Practically, that's just enabling a flag within the scheduling tool. Other things they might do when they see this is, again, all about resilience around the network. If the optimization decides to bring on, say there's 3 units, and 1 in the west, 2 in the south, the optimization might just for economics, bring on the 2 in the south, but the grid controller, if there's not much of a difference cost-wise, will force 1 on in the south and 1 on in the west. Things like that from a scheduling perspective. Then from a dispatch perspective, when there's imminent high-speed shutdown possible, they might preemptively apply a little bit of constraints in order to manage the gusts. That'll certainly help with broadly with frequency control across the island, just to keep it a bit more controlled. And then in local pockets, if there's dangers of risks of some local special protection schemes tripping, they might just put a local constraint on a cluster of wind farms in order for those gusts not to prompt the special protection schemes from activating and tripping the whole wind farms. So they're the kind of things that they do when they are presented with wind forecasts or with the high-speed shutdown emails that come in. Then when it gets a bit more serious and we move into more storm scenarios, what we'll do is we'll convene the storm response team within the back office. So now we're looking at, our focus is now not less economics, or it's more about resilience and keeping the system together as much as we can. So what we'll do is we'll start returning any circuits that are out on maintenance that we can get back in time. There can be some. Then we certainly put any power system trials that were on hold. So if we were trying to stretch the limits in the operational limits through trials, we put a pause on that. We make sure our protection settings are in the right modes across the network to give us the best protection. We'd identify key risk areas and look to see what we can do. Sometimes there isn't much we can do. We'll liaise with our colleagues in the distribution system and to see if they can rearrange things to make things more resilient. We're going to expect trippings of lines. We're going to expect the effect of that. And tripping the lines is strange. Sometimes you lose wind generation. Sometimes you lose load, and that has the different effects. We'll certainly communicate externally, and internally make sure people are aware that, look, we're managing the situation as best we can. So there'll be active engagement with our regulators and our government and some task forces on that. Times we'll staff up the control centre, and for sure we'll have taken the measures that I described on the last slide. So now look at the next two tools, but a lot more briefly. So the look ahead stability assessment tool, what does that do? It basically looks at what the network is going to look like over the next day or so. And for each hourly snapshot, it simulates trippings on about 800 little points around the network. It's kind of, you know, the overhead lines where you might have certainly lightning, trees, bird strikes, unfortunately, helium balloons get wrapped up in the lines, things like that. But this tool simulates those kind of events, and it makes sure that the frequency doesn't drop too low, it doesn't drop too fast, that we don't have cascade trippings of lots of different generation, and yeah, present any risk areas to the grid controllers, and they may do something about that. It does do some level of looking at, well, what different scenarios of what the wind looks like. It might increase the wind in some areas and decrease it in others in order to get a sense of the impact. But what it doesn't do is it does not take into account the ramp uncertainty that we receive. Because the permutations are, at the moment, the permutations would be too many. So it is only assuming that the wind is a certain profile, that each unit is doing a certain output across the day, and it's doing its analysis on that basis, and that's certainly a limitation of that tool. And now the last of the three new tools is the voltage trajectory tool. Its purpose is to make sure that for that megawatt schedule, is the local voltage in all the little pockets around the network, is that within range across the horizon? It also suggests what actions you might take to keep it within the ranges. But again, it's a very complicated tool, but it as an input, it is using a single forecast for each wind unit across its time horizon. So let's look to the future by starting in the past. Back in 2010, only about 10% of our energy came from renewables. Today, about 40% of our electricity comes from renewables. By the end of the decade, we're trying to get that up to 80%. And by 2050, we're looking to hit net zero. This is obviously hugely ambitious, and made even more so challenging with the electrification of transport and of heating. We're also getting a lot of data centers connecting in Ireland, and all that adds to making this a hugely challenging target to reach. So our generation profile will change quite significantly by the end of the decade. So by the end of the decade, all of our peat will have been phased out. That's our indigenous fuel. We'll have only a tiny pocket of coal. We'll have a good bit more solar, good bit more onshore wind. We should get lots more offshore wind, and it'll be on the East Coast, which is closer to the load centres, which should make things a bit more easier. We'll have a third interconnector over to Great Britain, and we'll have a connection to France as well. So where are the areas of change that are seen by this Shaping Our Electricity Future programme? Here's a list of them. But I won't go into detail on those. We're looking at various areas, as it says: policy, demand, generation, interconnection, market and infrastructure. The policy is clear on where we're trying to achieve, and we're looking to move into more probabilistic operation. What that means in detail, I can't say at the moment. We don't know. But yes, the demand is going to grow. I mentioned the changes to generation, but in addition to that, we're starting to install a lot of batteries. At the moment, they're very short run batteries, but we're going to move into longer run batteries, and there'll be a correlation between running those and the wind. So the forecasting is important to the operation of batteries as well. With the new interconnectors, we'll get increased ramp rates, which will mean frequency control is going to be harder to manage. So you've got the wind moving around the place and interconnectors moving around the place, which means frequency control will be more challenging. Market rules are changing, driven by Europe, European regulations, which means that some wind farms, certainly new wind farms, will start using their forecasts rather than our view of their forecasts. So that may or may not be a good thing. It depends on how good their forecasts are, but that'll be a significant change for us. And infrastructure, lastly on that, we're definitely getting a lot more infrastructure to help us with voltage support around the network. We will struggle to build more lines, increase transmission capacity. So we're looking at areas like power flow controllers. And we're certainly looking at dynamic line rating. We should have some installed by the end, early next year. And again, that's something that's very weather dependent. We will be getting forecasts of the ratings. So at the moment, we have a seasonal rating for all the equipment, winter, summer, and a shared spring, autumn. With dynamic line rating, we will get real-time updates and look ahead of that rating for the next day based on forecasts that the dynamic line rating providers will have. So that's a glimpse of the future. So in summary, from my presentation, operating our weather-driven power system is very complex. I hope I touched on some of the complexity today. This complexity will increase our ability to manage, this complexity will increase as our ability to manage the uncertainty will have to grow and grow. That's the key message here. But thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Conor. I enjoyed that presentation, especially the use of probabilistic forecasts, of which you showed 2 examples that we've been asking for or suggesting for quite a number of years from the forecasting community. One thing you said is you're only getting forecasts every 6 hours.
We are only using in the control center the forecasts in the scheduling tools every 6 hours. And this is the practical challenges around our IT and prioritizing IT resources across the organization. We should be using short-term forecasts. It's in plans for next year, but there's a lot in the plans for next year.
Yeah, and when I said you're the local heroes that keep the Irish grid stable, of course, being from Denmark, we usually cheer on Energinet, the Danish TSO, but they're up to 150% demand is obviously relatively probably a less demanding task in a country that actually has enough cables abroad to power the entire country than to have an island system that has one thin line over to Great Britain.
Yeah, thankfully we have 2. We should have 3, and the connection to France will be interesting to see what the market dynamics will be on the interconnector to France, particularly overnight. They would like to think we're pushing our wind to France, but equally they might be looking to keep their nuclears on and push that into us. So yeah, the market dynamics will be interesting to watch at the end of the decade.
It's not that much nuclear at the moment anyway.
Well, there's not much capacity around, is there?
Yeah. Thanks. Do we have questions from the audience? 1 or 2? Corinna?
Yeah, I have actually a question to the line to France, because when that was planned, it was kind of more getting the nuclear power to Ireland, but looking at the developments now, will it not be the opposite, that there will be a lot of wind to France now, where they need more power than they can actually export?
For sure, like when when we've an excess of wind, it'll the market, the European day-ahead market will send it that way. But yeah, I hadn't heard that we were looking to import a lot of nuclear. There's no nuclear on the island at the moment, so in theory.
Expected, let's say, from the European grid that
Okay.
This was France that was more pushing to get a line to Ireland than the opposite, and it looks like things have changed, so it will be at least a balanced output.
Good. Yeah.
I don't know how you are preparing for that, or whether you just take it as it comes.
Like what will happen is we will model that interconnector in there's the European market will we will be a node within that European market, and it'll dictate, everyone bids into that, and that'll dictate what the flows are. We'll have to adapt to it in various ways, and probably similar to how we manage the connections to Britain. We can do counter trading with our counterparts in Britain in order to adjust the flows. So if we have a security issue, we'll call a security issue and we'll adjust the flows. If we are looking to, if we're at risk of having to curtail the wind on this island, we'll look to export more of it over to Britain free. So we have those kind of arrangements in place. So similar enough arrangements I mentioned will come into play with Celtic.
Jeff?
Yeah, question. You mentioned like this week, the wind generation is really low, like less than 1 gigawatt. There's some commitments to export to Britain. I quite don't understand that. When you want importing, wind is so low, or there like a transmission flow algorithm, or why is it flow that way? You have
so we've the European market, everyone bids into that, and the price coupling algorithm will come up with that. It's slightly cheaper on this, electricity is slightly cheaper on this island than it is in Britain, and therefore it flows that direction from Ireland to Britain. The 1,000 is about the borderline for that, but it's just on the edge. The price, if the tips, you could be importing and exporting on those days. When it's very windy here, you know you'll be exporting, but when there's very little wind, it tends to be importing. But it's just the commercial bidding that happens that we see the output of.
with gas prices so high.
Well, yeah. Well, this is part of the interconnection. I think you'll see that the flow from Britain to France is quite significant. So maybe it's not Britain itself, but it's actually the electricity is going to the continent as well. So and that's all merged together in the one internal market.
George, question?
The question is quite technical. In your scheduling tool, I saw that you have two types of information from wind. One is the forecast and the other is the RAM. I can understand how you can use the RAM to define the RAM requirement. Regarding the forecast for the next day, is this do you use as input probabilistic forecast? And is the scheduling tool finally a stochastic one, or is that deterministic where you consider just a margin based on uncertainty, etc.?
Okay. I'll try and answer in terms of describing what we do. So we will have the wind forecast that goes to the scheduling tool has a single output for each wind farm. So it's only considering a single output. Now it does have the RAM forecast, but that's on a jurisdictional basis rather than a unit by unit basis. So
And then the optimization tool, the scheduling tool,
Yeah.
does it consider uncertainty of the wind forecast or just a single forecast? I mean, is this deterministic optimization or probabilistic optimization? I mean,
Other than
different scenarios of wind.
So, other than the fact that it has the RAND forecast, which looks at all island and jurisdictional, other than that, I suppose you consider it deterministic in that it's using for all the wind farms just a single profile across their time horizon.
And you consider for reserve, etc., you consider a margin to take into account the uncertainty of wind production overall globally. You consider some margin or
yes, globally.
okay.
But yeah.
Okay.
I think there's one more question.
I think we'll take that in the coffee break. We'll shorten the coffee breaks and lunch time a little bit, and maybe end a little bit later. But that should be doing the trick. And thank you very much.
I'm here today and first part tomorrow, so happy to take questions.
Good. And then we'll translate.
Where do you want me to stop?
You just give your talk.
I'll give my talk. Okay, I can keep talking, and then just
Should be
like this.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Hi everybody, my name is Eamonn Lannoye. I work with EPRI Europe. So if most of you will probably be familiar with EPRI, it's a international not-for-profit R&D institute that works on applied research with the electric industry. So we do everything from nuclear generation, conventional renewables, grids, end-use customers, and the whole shebang. I'm part of the grid operations and planning team, and there our work works with the likes of TSOs, DSOs, and those who are touching that system. So do a lot of work across them on figuring out how to plan and operate the future power system. And sometimes that issue is 10 years out, sometimes it's a 2050 issue, sometimes it's right now. So in terms of the types of problems that we're looking at, similar to how Conor pitched it a few minutes ago at the start of his presentation, the DS3 program in Ireland in 2013 and before that started to look at and see what we had to do to get to 2020 and was it 75% target at the time, and started to put a plan in place to say we need certain kinds of ancillary services to be able to operate a system with a certain amount of inverter-based generation that at the time we were dealing with type 2, type 3, wind turbines type 4 had just started to be rolled out. Solar was yet to be rolled out past Germany and parts of the US at that point. So you have to foresee in that time frame how the system is going to operate 10 years out. So at the moment, we're looking at operational timeframes from 2030 and actually up to 2040 now, because the challenge to invest to get to that net zero position past the 80-90%, that involves investment in beyond wind and solar and beyond batteries. So it requires clean firm generation, which have recovery times that are longer than what you would normally be expecting of the lifetime of a wind and solar asset. So now the plans stretch out 2030, 2040, and it's not just a case of whether we have enough capacity, because obviously, evidently we don't always have enough capacity, but there's the issue of, do we have energy when energy is needed? Do we have flexibility when flexibility is needed? And do we have the essential services on the system to be able to keep it stable? So the types of thing that Conor mentioned earlier, the inertia, the fast frequency response, the voltage control, black start capability, not just black start, then the next unit's in. All those different types of features and attributes need to be in balance. So as planners, we need to preempt how the 2030 grid, 2040 grid is going to behave. And that means that we need to understand real time, week ahead, day ahead operations 2030, 2040, to be able to make planning decisions out 20 years ahead, 10 to 20 years ahead. And that's a real big challenge right now, because we're talking about weather risk. It's going to be the primary driver of system risk in the system from here on out. And so if we don't understand how the system operates in reality and have a good idea of what risk we can manage in operations and what risks need to be managed in investment, well, then the system is going to run into a problem somewhere down the track between the long-term planning, where you're looking at, okay, so we said production cost modeling there, that's usually involved in generation transmission investment, interconnection type assessments. Nuclear fuel is also a big deal. Looking, that's not quite 10 years out, but certainly years ahead in terms of the fuel cycle. And then coming in year ahead, starting to think about maintenance, starting to think about generation connection, how to hedge your fuel positions into asset maintenance, fuels optimization then, so tidying up, like trying to get your hands on an LNG cargo. So happy to hear about the seasonal forecasting work, because if I'm sure you're trying to find yourself an LNG cargo right now, it's pretty tricky. And then ancillary services right into real time. So do I need to buy the capability to have fast frequency response, or pay some option upfront, have an ability to call that, and then closer to real time, pay for that service to be available at a specific hour or to discharge it. So thinking about forward markets for ancillary services come in that time frame. We already have forward markets for ancillary services. There'll be more and more wind program. So we're looking at the need to think about how system operations works, and that means how operational forecasts work, as we think about how all of these other tasks should work in future. So there's a bit of a chicken and egg situation going on. Aside from just better forecasts, there will always be need for better forecasts, however you quantify better, and we'll talk about that in a minute. But there's some big ones that I think are starting to bite in the next couple of years, if not have already started to bite. So the first is a vanilla wind plant or a vanilla solar plant in particular is going to become more and more rare. There is an increasing drive as battery storage costs come down. And so we'll see how long that holds, but to put a battery inside the solar plant or put it co-located with a wind plant. And so then you're trying to forecast the net position of that hybrid plant. And there's obviously mechanisms to do that, but how they're incentivized to behave influences their forecasts. There's a difference between what that combined plant is able to do, what it's likely to do, and what it should do. And those kind of pieces of information will need to come into system operations to be able to guide the system through. If you think about the announcements in response to the situation in Ukraine, the REPowerEU announcements in Europe, that foresees 10 megatons of hydrogen produced per year through renewable hydrogen, which means wind and solar powered hydrogen. And the way that the rules have been written and the economics works out, it means basically behind the meter electrolyzers and 40 gigawatts of them. So at that point, it's not necessarily 40 to 50, depends on which capacity factor, that need to be delivered before 2030 in order to meet that target. And there's a reason to believe that they could actually be delivered on an aggressive time frame because the gas supply situation will persist and there's industry that need to invest. So we're now starting to look at a plant that have wind or solar, on-site electrolysis, perhaps a battery, and those things start to become much more different in the market than, or to predict from an operations point of view, than a simple wind plant or a simple solar plant, if such a thing exists. So that's going to be a really big challenge, and it's going to come really fast because of how the rules are written and because of the pressure on investment and building right now. And also because the access to transmission is so limited. So maximizing grid connection by any means possible is seeing the combination of assets. Then there's also a question of better plant controls. How do retrofitting plant controls into existing plants or into future plants, how do they start to influence the forecasts? What degree of controllability will be applied in certain wind conditions by a plant operator to maximize its yield? Or maybe if it foresees that there's going to be very high wind and unfavorable conditions, they take a more defensive approach to operating the wind plant. Is that going to be done on a reliable basis or a consistent basis that would feed forward into a forecast? Will it be done on a one plant basis, or will it be done by everybody at the same time to derate your wind farm if you think you're going to get a longer lifetime out of it when wind production is high? Those kind of things, those active decisions that will be made by wind farm owners or by hybrid system operators will start to play a bigger role in how the system perceives their input and output from the grid. Extreme conditions, I guess we're going to talk about it in the next couple of days. California just went through 7 days of calling an emergency alert in a row. They called it 2 years ago as well. They called it last year. We saw Texas. If you watch the news here in Ireland, everybody freaks out as soon as we get an amber alert. There's been calls made across Europe. So system conditions are tightening, which means the value of forecasts are being influenced by the tightening conditions on the grid, which is one part that's maybe due to fuel security issues, maybe due to demand growth capacity. But then we also see more extreme conditions occur more frequently and with limited history. So we're getting active questions about, well, what happens if a hurricane hits, a part of the world that's never had a hurricane before and it's offshore wind? And I need a synthetic forecast so I can tolerance my balancing reserves now and make decisions about how much battery or how much capability I want to retain because plants are retiring in this, heretofore unknown circumstance. So we don't really know if a hurricane is going to hit that part of the world, or if it did, what it would look like. The climate models may say that it's got a higher likelihood to happen, and how that actually works out in terms of an operational forecast is a different story. What happens if you've got more widespread wildfires? We've seen wildfires, obviously, in established areas are a known risk, and they're modeled and mitigated somewhat in the forecast models, and it's improving. But as you start to see that in new areas, those start to become a problem for a wider set of stakeholders. And then finally is if you can produce the great forecasts that can be produced, even the information that we've had for a long time, the amount of data that's being presented to a system operator is insane. It's not just the probabilistic information from the weather side, it's also what's happening on the grid. You have things like the coordinated security assessment methodology that's being brought in Europe, that's going to ask for probabilistic contingency analysis in system operations to be implemented in the next 5 years. Now, a system operator is going to be presented with probabilities on what's the impact of N-1, N-2 significant grid events, alongside whether about the information that's also probabilistic. And the operator has to be equipped, and that information has to be presented to them in a way that they know what to do with that, right? So there's so many variables that are being presented. So I know we're rushing for time, so I'll just skip through. I spent longer on that side than I intended to, but hopefully you got the gist. So there's some things that are helping. So the North American models are improving for rapid refresh, but getting better satellite data in there, better physics models in. European models, similar, better cloud modeling. I think it's also been part of the engagement between the European industry with the meteorological industry that you guys facilitate, that results in these changes being made, which makes a material difference to how you operate the system. Wildfire and smoke are just a massive thing at the moment, particularly in the US, but also parts of Europe, and how that gets implemented in some of the NWP models is of great concern to those operators in those regions. To that last point that I made, how do you start to take information from weather and present it together with information from the power system, and maybe also weather from wider society, so information from the gas networks. If you're in if you've got integrated district heating, which more of us will, or district cooling, there'll be information coming from all sides there. So how do we present that to an operator or a set of operators that are all maybe looking at different information in their own energy vector, but trying to make it an operational decision about the next 24 hours, the next 2 hours, the next 6 hours? That's a key topic. And so there's a lot of work on, well, not just in control rooms presenting the information, but also before that you get into operations planning and towards the public and towards the industry. How do you present information, say this is what the risk is and here's what we think you need to do about it. Aside from system level balancing, that's the kind of common use case for which plants should be run at what time. You start to get into those tools that Conor mentioned before, voltage trajectory tool, look ahead, voltage stability tool, those kind of tools. they need to build a PSSE or an EMS or a PSLF model that has a node breaker representation of the system, which is quite detailed, versus what's a system level. And so plant level forecasts, stitching them together in an ensemble to build a bunch of probabilistic cases or cases that you use to run probabilistic analysis at the network level is something that is needed, but which there are a lot of steps to take from plant level dispatches in ensembles through to a coherent generation dispatch, through to a solvable power flow that has n-1 contingencies run in it. There's a lot of steps in there, and not all of them work so well from jump to jump, especially if you're looking at that ahead in the planning timeframe. If you're built into the operations timeframe, there's an established procedure, you run off market intervals. But if you're looking ahead, that's a highly laborious thing to do. And there's not a lot of ability to consume that information and wash it through into here's what's going to happen on the power system. That's a really big active area of development, especially as outage season becomes the period of critical risk, when outages load risk is at its highest at the moment, it seems, because of the need to take generation outside the traditional winter and summer peaks. So how good then, assuming that we can do something about stitching all the information together within control systems, within control centers and in operations planning and ahead in planning, how do we know whether a forecast is good or not, or how good it is? And so likely many of you have heard about this before, but several years ago, EPRI started a project together with others, don't know if they're in the room here, University of Arizona and Justin Sharp, to build an open source platform to be able to take information from data streams from wind and solar plant. Solar plant ostensibly was what started it as a DOE grant, and be able to benchmark forecasts, provide a baseline forecast which developers can use to check their forecast against a reference set of data and a reference forecast. So that work, I believe, started in 2018, went through 2 rounds of DOE funding, and EPRI has since taken it over, and there's quite a substantial amount of data in that repository. Both the platform is open access, the code itself, if you want to replicate that, is open source. It's on GitHub, and it's got lots of information in there about quality control metrics, the accuracy metrics that you might think about, data governance, data management, and it's had quite a good buy-in from the vendor community and also from the data providers over time. So that solar forecast arbiter, I'm happy to show you some in the break, if that makes sense. On the probabilistic forecast side, so again, we can produce the information. How do we get it into decision making? Conor showed how it's done through the ramping margin tool at the moment. Similar work has been done in lots of different places, particularly in balancing energy markets to calculate those needs in Europe. Similarly, in the US, EPRI has worked to try to work the solar forecast vendors and the Hawaiian Electric Company, HECO, and a couple of others, Duke and Southern, to integrate probabilistic forecasts into operations. And so what that means is being able to take a forecast and prepare that data to be ingested into this kind of scheduling commitment tools in a way that maximizes the benefit of the information that's being presented. So I guess in terms of tools, the new bit is in the middle here. I don't know if you can't see it. It's this scheduling management platform, which is somewhat inherent in MMSs, but is left out in production cost models. It's like, how do you prepare the information that comes into scenarios that are coherent with the reserve that you're requiring over multiple timeframes? How do you visualize the risk and then prepare to go into unit commitment economic dispatch? So you can implement models that try to size the reserve required over, let's say, if you're US, okay, non-spin and beyond non-spin, or if you're in Europe, MFRR, beyond MFRR timeframes, out to 8 here in Ireland. And so we can get a look at what's the forecast telling us in terms of the bounds of uncertainty, and what does that imply in terms of reserve, and then how to put that into the production cost model in a way that the reserves all line up and cascade with each other is what this tool does. Oops, what did I do? Oh, I've messed it up. Okay, yeah, so, okay. So two approaches that we've been looking at in that study. One is to just forecast the reserve requirement in each interval dynamically based on the uncertainty in that interval, or foreseen in that interval the last time you got the forecast update, and you hope it kind of closes down over time. So you can kind of forecast the reserves, and we've built a tool we'll talk about in a second to do that. And the second is to run stochastic unit commitment economic dispatch. And so that's kind of the true pass through of forecast information into the optimization tool, and that should yield the best result that you could use to baseline it off. The problem with this way is that it's considerably more computationally intensive. So as you start to get into thinking about multiple weather years and multiple climate scenarios and multiple generation mixes and all the levels of uncertainty that you have in planning, and even as you roll towards operation planning, this becomes unfeasible to do. But you can know how good does it get with this baselining, and then try to adapt your method to determine the reserve requirements based on the probabilistic forecast upfront to be able to make this kind of implementation possible in real time or close to real time. And so one of the tools that we've developed to do that is a tool called Dynador, which is got a great logo name. And that tool now has started to be used in operations. So in operations in a couple of different utilities, and is one of the boxes, if I go back to the scheduling management platform, is one of this reserve requirements, a reserve determination box on the far side there, takes the scenarios in that we're going to look at from the probabilistic forecast and feeds it into the unit commitment. And so when we went to do the results or look at the results with Hawaiian Electric, and as I say, there's two more studies that are that just wrapped up actually. The results will be public in shortly as soon as they're approved. Using such a method, either forecasting based on the probabilistic reserves or doing stochastic unit commitment, the forecasting method, the Dynador method, and not to say it's the only way of doing it, there are many other ways of doing it, came pretty close. Okay, pretty close means like within 5% of the cost of stochastic unit commitment, by just changing the reserve requirements in the interval looking ahead based on the provided forecast. And so that's got a material impact on the operations costs of the ecosystem that we looked at. I think it was the Big Island. So those kind of tools, the more pervasive they become, the more the more experience is built up with them, and the electric industry adopts what somebody else adopted before it adopts it itself. So the more we have system operators who say, yes, I use this kind of tool, like the ramping margin tool, like this tool in HECO, like the tools that are used in certain systems around Europe, Australia, the more the world will come to trust them. And that's what we need to try and accelerate as fast as we can. Yeah, so there's a bunch of other things that EPRI we've been involved with, try and improve that information, help with the valuation of forecasts, help with the integration of more detailed information into planning and in operations. So right down from load forecasting, integrating DER into load forecasting. That could be wind, that could be solar. Oh, that's locked.
Okay, question, but is it adopted really by some specific?
There are some corner cases in typically non-ISO regions in the US where they would be able to have the ability to do more detailed probabilistic, be able to attempt to use the stochastic models, but they'll defer to the deterministic models informed by real-time assessments of risk, like the Dynador type approach, more often than not. But some of them have the ability to do that, yeah. Particularly around fuels optimization, where you're looking at production cost scenarios, those kind of things. There's more latitude to do that in that kind of context. Yeah.
Benefits are from moving over to probabilistic methods.
I don't know that we know that it's a necessity that at some point we'll have to jump through stochastic optimization. I think if you maintain a baseline model of this system that can look at the generation fleet over the next year, over the next 2 years in a wide range of weather scenarios, and then use that to tolerance or to parameterize the models that can be used to basically forecast reserve requirement, that may be sufficient. But you do need to maintain one in your back pocket as a kind of tolerancing tool for the reserve requirement. There's other ways to tolerance that reserve as well. That's not the only way to do it, but that's the one that should theoretically give you the best benchmark to measure yourself against. So I don't know if it needs to go into operations. John,
the Keynote study,
yeah,
you noted there was very little impact on cost with some other body system benefits.
Yeah.
And you have a feel for why the impact was not more significant?
Well, it's a small system, so for a start, that the dollar numbers are going to look smaller. There was still an operational cost impact worthy of making the change a few times over. So I think it justifies itself economically. As you start to get into a system that has very similar looking resources, maybe a couple of gas plants left or clean firm, whatever it is, the system's either going to be reliable or it's not. And so the marginal difference will be how many plants did you keep online that were able to start really fast to be able to catch that one ramp that did catch you out, or it was. So the margins, I guess, are pretty small, especially when you've got a very similar generation fleet. You've got wind, solar, batteries, and in their case, they'll have oil peakers or peaking like generation capability. So it's really how well do you manage your peakers and your batteries. There's only so much latitude that you can have at that point. I think very good.
So all the data is there, but information overload. Okay, so the other problem then associated with this is west coast of Ireland, average wind speeds are 5, 6, 7 meters per second, good to bad sites. And the relationship between wind speed and wind energy is cubic. So the vast majority of your time is spent in the range where the relationship between wind speed and wind energy is cubic. So it's like small errors on the wind speed, being at a meter per second higher, a meter per second lower, can actually have a very big difference in your wind energy. So it's back to, you pick a deterministic forecast, but you have a very big difference coming through onto your model, onto your energy production. So we haven't even got the price yet. We're only just talking about the volume that's hitting the market. So we
found another reason to why you kind of want to bring, say, your upper P, we'll call it P90 or P10 coming through, because they'll give you very different answers on the wind energy that actually finally would hit the market. And then to add another problem to it, the typical price that you see in the market, I'm going to oversimplify now, but when you're in stress times at the peak, so when the prices are high around the peak, if the system goes short, as in like a little less wind arrives than you expect, your risk is all on the price going high. Likewise, at night, you know, net demand is low, you get a little more wind than you expected, your risk is on the other side, price going, just falling through the floor. So you choose a deterministic forecast and it can show you a volume saying that, you know, I think, you know, the probability is that you probably should go short, as in you should probably not sell all your generation, but that might only be, say, like 60-40, but all your risk may lie with the 40% chance of happening. It's only really the probabilistic forecast will show you this. Like it's a little bit intuitive to a lot, but being told, okay, the likely outcome is that you should probably go short, but all the value is actually going long. So it's bringing these deterministic forecasts through from wind speed to wind power, and then finally actually trying to show it on the system because your price is not normalized. So that's the essence kind of the problem of why you do want to shift from deterministic to probabilistic. So I've picked GFS just because it's free, but the European equivalent is also very good and does all the same thing. But there you can see most people would go straight to the GFS single deterministic forecast, which is you have grid, I think it's like 25 kilometers thereabouts, it's a quarter degree anyway grid on the planet. I slice out Ireland because each hour of each forecast, the file is like a gig. It's just stupid amounts of information. And I'll come back to this to why this is an issue. But this deterministic forecast is a lot of information to deal with as it is. And that's why most people tend to just go for it. But around this, they usually come out an hour or two later, you have an ensemble. They've taken the deterministic forecast and they've ran the same model again, like 20 times. I think they run it 30 times for the ECM, and it just produces a cloud, and you can get out a mean, standard deviation from it, or you can lift all 20 separate runs. And this provides you with so much more information. Like, it's one thing, you know, the benefits for trading are useful about 2 days out, but it really comes into its own when you look out maybe over the next 4, 5, 6 days. And so for the spot market, I said it's useful, but you know, forwards as in a week out, a lot of people would tend to lean towards this. So you've all this information sitting now. Now I don't have a slide for this. I just meant to chat about it. The problems and why people don't really use this is that it's a data problem. It's the size. Like it's one thing trying to do it for Ireland. It's a whole different thing if you're trying to do it for, say, all the countries in Europe or the United States. You have to very carefully design your database to try and handle this amount of information so you can extract it quickly, because you want these forecasts timely. And so that's, you know, and I've heard it already discussed here, you know, it's a unique set of skill sets, these data problems that are usually just, you know, people are just qualified in this area and in themselves, and you're competing with the tech industry to, you know, that will very happily pay them a lot more than what our industry seems to. So then you move on, you manage to house all the data. This is where I start seeing the problems with, it's really only the trader that knows, or even like the analysts, that, okay, all the wind energy is actually on the west coast of Ireland, so I don't really care about the density of points around Dublin. It's not of interest to me. We can start reducing the problem back at that stage. But now you're starting to cross departments within companies. IT normally aren't talking to trader or analysts. So you have a management problem then that sits in between. So now even that we get it to the stage of, okay, we have a reasonable subset of our features for our machine learning models, somebody that has at least tried to, you know, reduce down the set. And you have to, because while our weather remains by and large the same for over the course of a few years, ignoring climate change, the wind energy is building out at a very fast rate. So if you look back 2 years and you're trying to train against that, you already know there's a different, we'd less wind, and you can do clever things trying to account for installed capacity, but the geography of where the wind is building out is changing. So you're always trying to minimize your data set, but this is an hourly forecast. If you're only taking 2 years, you're down to 16,000. You're pushing it in terms of machine learning and overfitting. And so you need to reduce your feature set in order to try and compensate for this. You have to be very careful with your overfitting. And this is a whole separate area that usually people have, you know, it's that the tech industry are also very happy to pay for. So this I see is what is the biggest problem with this. To be able to actually get this information, to take out the bit that you need, and then to produce it timely, because we need these forecasts in real time. It's not like an analyst that has, you know, a few weeks to put this together. And it has to work all the time, because if you're a speculative trader, you can choose, okay, maybe, you know, didn't work today, I'll skip my trading. But most of the volumes on the market are wind assets. They don't have a choice. They must submit, or they badly expose themselves. So that's what I think is the largest problem, what is, you know, preventing this area of developing, because everything is free right now. It can all be accessed online, and there's very little to stop people actually doing it. Web service now are very cheap. So my view of the problem. Anyway, so out of all of this, when it all comes together, works very neatly, you really do see the benefits in the optimization of trading. I come at this usually from the perspective of a speculative trader, so I'm watching over all the market trends. But this, you know, should be the future for all the wind assets. But it's no longer even the wind; it's the CCGTs and their scheduling. And to help the TSO, they should be trying to place themselves into that area where the wind's going to die tomorrow. God, the prices are going to shoot up. I need to be in that area. Not all CCGTs want to be there. They want, some are base load, but a lot of them are moving in to fill that peak shape. And this is where it's like the market signal trying to send through to make in Ireland, it's central dispatch, is to make their job easier, less changing required to try and meet the system requirements. So like there's a lot of benefits right across the industry to this. The risk awareness is dramatically increased for the models, because more and more all scheduling is moving to be automated. it's very expensive to have a 24/7 desk with people there that are just watching screens. But also it's back to, you can present this information to traders. You have to be very careful about what you leave in, leave out. You have the information overload, and that's where you require somebody that really kind of is aware of the system, the trade, the market, to select, what you show the traders. I've seen too often traders that have just way too many screens in front of them, and it's in the middle of the night and they really couldn't care less and they're not watching it. So stuff may be flashing, but it just passes by. And then the other big end of this is automation. As you push more to allow machine learning to take over, to follow the trends, you automate. So even if you have that person watching the trade entries, it doesn't take up a big part of their job anymore. They're busy off doing other things. I see huge benefits there, and a lot of companies are moving in that direction. I've seen pictures up online now of some of the most, the ones that push it the hardest, and to take a picture of an empty office and say, look, perfect trading floor. It's the goal. Not always wise, but it's the goal that they're striving towards. And yeah, any questions? I've left off details deliberately for reasons I hope you understand, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
So you make a very effective conceptual argument as to why probabilistic information will have advantage over deterministic information. Have you tried simulations to actually estimate the economic benefit of trading with probabilistic information versus deterministic information?
Kind of. So my PhD was actually on this, but that was over 10 years ago. When it came to looking at scheduling, making the assumption that the TSO were running the market and responsible for all costs, there is clear benefits, but that's not how the market works. You're trying to design the market to get the participants to do that on your behalf, and then the TSO is there to clean it up and make it something that actually will run in reality. So for me, it's very hard to make the argument, not to actually put numbers against how much this benefits society as a whole. But there's, on the individual basis, there's always clear benefits. There's much, you can always show that you can get better returns on trading. But the bit that I like, and because my last company was quite small and this one's a startup, I'm very conscious of risk. So when you have a strategy that's much more risk aware, you can design then a trading strategy that you'll sacrifice overall return for stability of revenue. So I can make lots of arguments on the individual level. Societal, it's a much more complicated problem. Sorry for not fully answering the question.
Jeff, I think it was right. Yes. I have a question. You mentioned during your talk that sometimes the IT department can be a bottleneck to getting some of the requirements that the traders will need. Do you see a shift in terms of trading analysts and traders being hired that are actually data scientists that are doing a lot of the data handling themselves, or even the methods and algorithms?
Definitely. But then you have, it's definitely happening. I can see it in lots of companies. But you run into a whole host of problems of IT, and quite rightly so, are very conservative and careful about everything that they're trying to do in terms of security and reliability, and for very good reasons. And then you can't just let loose a load of analysts into the same ecosystem who are mad to build as fast as possible. So you're then trying to put managers in between, and you can quickly see the problem getting much bigger. Like some companies seem to be able to do it very well, but most have really struggled with this transition. And I don't really see clear answers. But then they've done it very well in the tech industry. So there's a lot probably to be learned in there. Yeah.
Great. We'll have time for all these 4 questions. So David.
I'm curious as to whether you forecast the behaviour of other traders in other companies and whether that factors into your decision process. Are you able to explain a little bit about that?
Yes, not currently, but I have. Most of the volume that is moving currently between Ireland and Britain are happening on the intraday auctions, and an awful lot of that is driven through speculative trading, and there's a lot of different companies, but the list is probably less than 10, or probably even 5 might produce the most volume, and they are, but they're doing their job. They're buying up, low price power in the day ahead market, and they're selling high price power in the intraday market, or vice versa, as the access to Britain becomes available. And so yeah, like that was one of the best examples of where we're trying to watch what others are doing, just because of the impact that they're going to have on the NIV as they try, and the net imbalance and the market as they try to close this arbitrage that's building up. But that happens in other places. Just Ireland is unique right now in that we are fully isolated on the day ahead market, but we do get access to the British market when the intraday auctions open.
In forecasting their behaviour, do you take a deterministic approach or a probabilistic?
No, that was deterministic. It's back to, like, I'm guilty of, what I've been trying to hide. It's data problem. It's not even data. It's just even how do you model those interactions? The problem quickly explodes, and there's it's even internally within how you handle the how one thing affects another thing. You limit your how much cases can be.
Corinna?
Yeah, I'm wondering, now that you are saying you think this is too much data to handle, how do you handle your traders if they have a bad day? How do you make sure that your traders are acting actually consistent?
Oh, I don't. Because I don't trade at the moment. It's actually wonderfully stress-free. No, so we were very small in the previous company, and so I was the trader as well as a couple of others, and it's always this toss-up. You're trying to push towards automation to free out their time, and because you don't really want the traders making decisions because this is a continuous market. They're trying to make decisions all the time.
I do think you want to have make decisions by the traders, but they should be consistent to what the company's let's say strategy is.
Yes. So like you see now, there's a trend of, say, the models will make the majority of decisions, and then the traders are there to kind of stop the model when it's about to do something stupid, because there's something very unique happening in the system, and there's more a shift that way. Unfortunately, though, you're dealing with human beings and you're lining them up to try and behave in situations that might actually be new and you've not thought of before. It's really...
But that's exactly what the probabilistic and uncertainty forecast come with, and take that load of the traders.
As long as it's happened in the past.
No.
It's like as different events come together, it can be like, you can do all the probabilistic forecasting data through machine learning, but if it's not happened in the past, the machine learning is useless at the end of the day.
Some of the forecasts are there to take the part, so I wouldn't
Maybe you're talking about the conditions in the market.
Sorry, conditions in the market. Sorry, wind is, that's why I like wind is lovely. It does, you know, it's not influenced by what we're at. And that's why it's one of the best examples for this. But sorry, there's a lot of other things going on in the market too. That.
So we've got one question on the back row. It's been waiting patiently.
When we talk about obviously risk, like events, you know, the problem quickly exploding. I suppose, your own opinion, like from a point of resiliency or resilience in the point forward, do you think that the single electricity market we had before, or the current ISM, be more resilient in terms of actually, you know, making sure our electricity system operates in the future? Given that the exponential increase in complexity.
You're asking like if it's, you know, all brought back under state control and centrally dispatched by ESB versus, like there's certainly benefits to that, but it's the market signals are a really important driver in trying to get people to behave. Like, you know, it'll be, you know, if we've any chance of people meaningfully to, you know, demand side manage on their side, you know, people will control their own consumption. It'll come through market signals. So it's, and then it's, you know, it's the market price is only naturally found through, you know, lots of participants buying and selling. So there is like, I see real benefits to the type of market we have, even though you have these big data problems with it, versus, well, of course, there's other benefits to a full state run. So it's something we'd have to have a big debate over while drinking.
George, can your question be very fast?
Yeah, in your model chain for trading, you consider also forecast for other for market quantities, prices, balances. Sorry, when you trade, you have the wind forecast, wind power forecast, but you have also, do you try to predict also the market quantities?
Oh yeah, no, there's loads like the it's just on the volume side alone. Like the big movers are demand, the wind, what the generation is doing in response to that, like the dispatchable plant. You can even see solar starting to come in Ireland. Nice, you know, low wind days in the summer. You can spot the solar profile. And then the interconnectors are back and forth to Britain are they've become less predictable with after Brexit.
Okay. And when in the model, let's say in the last step, when you take the decisions about trading, you combine all of them, or you just consult in an automatic way and optimize to derive the trading decisions, or you just consult these other forecasts about demand?
Oh, well, for me, it's a push towards full automation. Okay. Well, close to it. So it would be to combine it all and go in, and a lot of other companies are going that way, but it's not, it's just back to you can't fully let it do its own thing. You have to watch it.
Okay, thanks very much. If there are any more questions, we'll be back at lunchtime. After the just now. So I apologize, I didn't introduce myself at the beginning. I'm Jethro Browell from the University of Glasgow. Nice to see you all. And a pleasure to introduce our second speaker, Malte from Vattenfall Energy.
Yeah, hi and welcome everyone. My name is Malte and I'm part of Vattenfall Energy Trading since about 7 years. So I'm a meteorologist and forecast analyst looking in our daily business at the forecast. And today I'm going to talk about how we use the forecast operationally. And I would like to take a tour around the different very short-term energy markets. So I will only focus on the day ahead to the balancing market, and I would exclude the more speculative part that we have just heard about, for where we look at days and weeks ahead. How do I get to the next slide?
Press time, but it sometimes took a while.
Seems not to be reacting. Oh. Okay, so I will start by looking at the day ahead market, which is bidding under uncertainty. and then followed by looking at some examples from the intraday markets where we continuously trade our changes to the day-ahead forecast. And then finally, I was also look at the balancing markets where the actual delivery happens of the wind power. But first, I would like to say a few words about Vattenfall. So Vattenfall is a relatively large energy utility in Europe, focusing mostly on the northern parts of Europe. And one of the key strategic directives of Vattenfall has been to become fossil-free for already quite a long time. So that also motivates our ambition in having a large wind power portfolio. And here you see in the various countries we are active in that we have a relatively large share of wind power, both on and offshore. Yeah? And the job of our team is to kind of do the forecasting and optimization of those wind power portfolios and optimize the value. I would like to give two examples that we have recently observed in the market that also puts a little bit of a change on how we work. So the first one is the growing size of offshore wind farms in Europe. So this is the largest offshore wind park that we're currently constructing off the coast of Netherlands. And the part that Vattenfall is building is in itself 1,500 megawatts big. So it's a lot of wind power concentrated in one place. Yeah. So it's a lot of risk also that you're placing in one sort of area where meteorological errors propagate. Yeah. So this becomes a real challenge for both the trading utilities, but also for the market. And for example, I'm showing the ancillary service capacity for the Netherlands is actually at this stage smaller than the entire wind farm project. Yeah. So you can imagine, for example, thunderstorms passing through such a wind farm can have cause big disruption in the power systems. So that's something we're discussing a lot, and of course forecasting is a key measure here to improve. Yeah. Another example is from onshore, rather smaller assets, and that's what we are seeing more and more in the last years, that we are building what we call hybrid parks. So it's a combination of different assets. Here in this example, it's wind, solar, and some storage. And they are located in one place because they can both share the same land, but they can also share the grid connection, and that can save costs. And by that, we also need to optimize the wind park in combination with the other assets, which means we have to have an optimization method that kind of takes into account all these three assets. Yeah. So wind power is not only depending on wind speed, but for instance, also on solar radiation. Yeah, so that's a little bit of complications we have seen in the last years. So now I would like to go through the different markets. So how is the energy actually traded? Yeah, give an overview. And this is, as I said before, this is a focus on the short-term markets. Yeah, so I start day ahead, which is an option at 12 o'clock, where we sell the wind volumes that we forecast by the day-ahead forecast. Yeah, so all the information that's available goes into this forecast. And from there, we move to the continuous intraday market. And with a maybe special step, if you like, just before delivery, when we also have real-time information available from the SCADA systems, we kind of add a now cost to our systems. And finally, then we arrive at the balancing market. So that's where we actually have to show what we are producing and are balanced by the grid provider. Now, the purpose of the wind power trader on the short term is to optimize between these three markets. Yeah, so that's the key task. And I will start looking a bit more detailed into the day-ahead market. So as said before, so we are here looking at the day-ahead forecast and the best possible forecast we can get day-ahead. But we all know there's a certain number of problems in the day-ahead forecast still, and that stems from the numerical weather prediction, of course. And I'm listed here a few examples. Yeah, on the larger scale, for example, the resolved scales, we see the position of low pressure systems, and then also the movement of wind fronts, so the wind ramp events, that are oftentimes not modeled perfectly. So I think it has been mentioned before, so there can be large errors in the forecast. On the other hand, if we zoom in on smaller scales, so which is the unresolved part, then also there we see a lot of errors penetrating into our wind power forecast. So for example, nocturnal low-level jets on the continental Europe. We also observe land sea breeze effects in our wind farms, which are not well represented in the WP models currently. So that's an area for improvement, I would say. On the other hand, we are not improving weather models, so we have to find a way around this. So what we are doing is we use multi-model mixing. So we kind of get as much weather model information as possible from the raw weather data, transform into power, and then apply machine learning algorithm that mixes together these different forecast models in order to mitigate some of those biases in the models. Yeah. Of course, there remains some uncertainty, and we have talked a lot already this morning about it. So this is how we are dealing with it on the very short term, so on the day-ahead market. So not so much looking at the classical ensemble forecast, but rather making our own probabilistic forecast from the historic production data that we have. So this is statistical methods, for example, the K nearest neighbor. And we're using that to assess if the forecast is very uncertain for a specific period in time. We also look at what I call here poor man's ensemble. So that's basically the individual weather models. And then we do some more detailed analysis by meteorologists by looking at different weather scenarios, weather conditions, and take a decision, like an educated decision on the day-ahead market. So we kind of adjust our bidding based on those uncertainties. The next market is the intraday market. So this is when everything that happens after 12 o'clock that kind of changes the forecast is then subject to be traded in the intraday market. So it's continuous, which means that basically you can trade either on the exchange or you can also directly find a counterpart. And the price is by simply supply and demand of trades. Yeah. So that, of course, makes it interesting when we talk about changes, because the changes we are seeing in the intraday market are very often dominated by weather. And here is one example for a forecast change. So this is an example for northern Germany, where we've seen both wind and solar radiation being largely underestimated in the forecast. And just in the intraday, there was an update to the upside. And what we have been observing then in those kind of situations is that the intraday market directly responds. So in this case, prices became negative. Yeah. So that's a market that's really relevant for us in terms of being fast. And why is that? Well, here's another example. So this is actually, I think it's from this year. So where a position change of a low pressure system caused a massive forecast update to the upside. Yeah. And what we observe in the market, you can see the prices for a product at 6 p.m. They are massively dropping after this this forecast update has been issued. So it kind of indicates already that speed is a key factor here. So you want to be selling at high prices, obviously, if you have a surplus in your portfolio. Yeah. So it requires the end-to-end automation. And I think you mentioned it before in the previous talk. So the idea is to go away from the classical trade floor picture where you have a lot of traders sitting behind a lot of screens, but rather automate a solution where from the release of the weather model from the national centers towards the bid at the exchange, there's all the way through it's automated and we don't lose time. Yeah, and we do that by deploying an what we call PATS algorithm. So it's a system that combines all the tools within Vattenfall and helps to speed up this process really. Yeah. So we can, if a weather model update arrives at our servers, we can react really fast. Yeah. There's also problems with that, of course. So I call that here overshoot problem. sometimes what we observe is also that weather models start to jump. Yeah, the first update goes up, the second one goes down, and they go back up again. So if you have a stupid algorithm, it would just stay back and forth all the time. So you're having also higher costs, even though you have automated everything. So you have to consider carefully how you design your algorithm in order to be successful in this environment. Okay, when we're getting closer to delivery, then obviously we also have the live data available. So that's from the SCADA systems of our wind farms. And what we then do is we adjust our intraday forecast by what we call nowcast. Yeah. So we're deploying some neural network models, train them per lead time, and improve the forecast for each individual time step with the information that we get from the live data. Yeah. And the output is then a real-time corrected forecast. So unfortunately, we don't have a kind of real-time assimilation of wind speeds into the numerical weather prediction. So we are doing this here on the power side directly. And yeah, here's just an example of a wind ramp that was kind of delayed. And yeah, we kind of see that the reduction of the error is yeah, on average 20 to 30%. Yeah, so that's a big improvement. But of course, it's just a very short lead time before delivery. So prices may, in this case, have already been higher. Yeah. When deploying these models, machine learning techniques, of course, data quality is key. So we have seen all sorts of errors in those SCADA data. You would be surprised, actually. Data filtering is key. So you have to have algorithms that kind of make sure that the wrong data is not entering your nowcast. Otherwise, you're running into real problems. So this brings me to my last part of the presentation, which is the balancing market. So it's for us, the balancing market, or the balancing or the imbalance, is the difference between the actual production and our traded position. Yeah. Of course, if you look from a grid provider perspective, it's more. It's also the demand and supply. Yeah, it's the whole system's imbalance. And when we look at the system, then we can either be a helper. So the system is short and we are long. Then we of course earn some money on this imbalance market. But when we are long and the system is short, then for example, we will be a causer of the imbalance, and we will pay out. Yeah. So what we have been observing in the last years with the increasing share of renewables in the markets is that wind on average becomes a causer of the system. Yeah, that's very clearly observable. And yeah, with the energy crisis in Europe, we've also seen that especially this imbalance market has become more and more volatile. So you can see that on the plot where you see the Dutch power prices evolution over the last 2 years. So this more volatility, of course, also adds more risk for us as a trader. And in that sense, we often talk about imbalance costs. Yeah, so that's for us a difficult market to be in. Few options how to escape. First option, yeah, you kind of adjust your forecast and remove your imbalance. That's not always possible, but here's a few examples. So this is from August this year, where we've observed from the non-optimized forecast, largely underestimating nighttime wind production in the onshore segments. So what you can do, of course, is you can adjust your forecast to the upside. This helps you to being balanced, and it also helps, of course, the grid because you're not a causer anymore of the imbalance. So we are trying to adjust. So that's one option. The second option is you kind of optimize your forecast by value. This is an example from a Danish wind farm where we looked at the costs from different weather models in the imbalance market. And what we find is that the model with the highest forecast quality produces the highest costs. And why is that? So, well, it's because many utilities know that the ECMWF model is the best model in the market. So it's used by quite a lot of people. And that also means it's kind of correlated with the imbalance market. So yeah, there's also options like to optimize your forecast in a different way. I would say this is only if you have a bit more risk appetite, of course, but it's definitely an option in some of the markets at least. The third option is then steering. So you make your wind farm into a flexible asset. So kind of taking over part of the grid provider's role. So when you see a certain period in time, and this was here in the Dutch market, where the imbalance prices have turned negative, you can decide, of course, to shut down your wind farm completely. So you're basically earning from that in the imbalance market. And also here you turn from a causer into a helper of the system. So that's sort of the last resort you can do to be kind of to survive in the imbalance market. Yeah. So that brings me again back to the overview slide. So all the way from the day ahead market over the continuous intraday market to the balancing market, the idea is to optimize between all these three markets for the energy trader. And this is quite a challenge. Yeah. So if we go one step further, then we have to take into account both the uncertainty from both the production side, but also the uncertainty from the price perspective. Yeah. So the price volatility in the markets. So it's kind of several markets, a lot of regulation, and a lot of uncertainties in like that you have to manage. So the successful wind optimization will then manage the combined or the twofold combined uncertainty of those markets altogether. And yeah, at least for us, this is really a quite difficult task. And yeah, obviously enjoying to work in this environment, but it's difficult. So what can we still do to improve on the forecasting side? So I like to use this triangle. So when we look at the imbalance markets, of course, we would like to not be imbalanced in the first place. So we would like to reduce the forecast errors further. That can be on our side by using machine learning algorithms, but it can also be, of course, on the NWP side, improving some of the errors that we observe in the wind energy business. Yeah. When we look at the intraday market, then I try to explain that speed is key. So here we're also looking kind of modeling solutions where we have rapid update cycles, yeah, where we're more frequently updated, and also we need fast access to the products. That's important for the intraday market. And the last block is then on the more on the day ahead side, where we're facing a lot of uncertainty. And I think on that part, we are also still yeah, having some room for improvement, I would say, on the probabilistic forecast for the very short term. Yeah. I think on the longer term, we have the ensemble forecast, but if you look at the intraday market, the probabilistic forecasting is still an issue for us. And so overall, I would like to say that, yeah, wind forecasting remains a key factor for the successful integration. And I'd like to thank you for your attention.
We do have an initial plan because I have mentioned the model is the one resulting revenues all based on the base weather forecasting model. We do have an initial plan.
Yeah, because it depends on the moment when the model is right or wrong. So in the market, if a lot of traders are using the same model and they are all sort of wrong in the same moment. So that drives up the prices and yeah, causes high imbalance costs. But if you would, for example, if all the different traders would use all different models, which are uncorrelated to each other, then would sort of be the minimum yeah, cost in that market. So that's the idea. The correlation is the factor.
I'm sure you can't tell us the details, but would you say that meteorological analysis you do, are you able to identify situations where you think that's a better strategy to follow? Where you know you have some intuition when GFS will be good and ECMWF might struggle?
Yeah, definitely. I would say yes. Yeah, absolutely. It becomes more difficult the closer you get to delivery. because I mean the model updates are then already quite old. If you look at the day-ahead market from an uncertainty perspective, there's opportunities to analyze and to take an educated decision. Absolutely, yes. Yeah.
Oh, so many questions.
You said speed is the key. Are we getting into a scenario like we see on these nanosecond tradings on the financial markets, that you need to have your data center directly next to DWD's data center to be the first to get the forecast?
I think if you look at the more speculative part, where we look at months ahead, this is already the case. So forecast updates are like within seconds are handled at the market. So for example, a cold signal for the coming winter that will immediately be propagating into the markets. But on this very short term, I think not all the utilities are doing the algo trading, and not all of the utilities are using the same providers. And obviously, there's always a time needed to transform from the weather side into the power side, take decisions, and execute your bids. So that is still quite diverse, I would say.
I can report you, where if you get the trading data, you get the timing to 3 or 4 decimal places. Some indication.
Yeah, so the statement that's actually on the slide here, wind forecasting remains key factor. Is it also true in relation or to solar energy? Say if you have a country where they have kind of an equal capacity?
Yes, I would think so. Yes, I mean the integration is if it's purely renewables driven, I mean then it's absolutely dependent on the forecasting side. But if you're also adding, like for example, storage opportunities, like the ideas that are upcoming for at the moment in Europe, like green hydrogen, battery storage, etc., of course takes a little bit pressure away from the forecasting solutions, because you are able to mitigate some of the errors you make by just storing your capacities.
My question is wind harder to forecast than solar?
Okay. I don't think so, no. I think we still have also large issues in the solar forecasting. It depends on the portfolio size and on your portfolio distribution. But if you look at a single solar plant, forecast can be terrible in cloudy conditions. So there's an order. There's higher forecast errors definitely on the solar side compared.
Thanks. I was wondering, typically in hydrology and NWP, a lot of observational data is used, hundreds, thousands, millions for a single forecast. Now, is there a sweet spot where you would be considering using the potential of the surrounding data from national meteorological hydrological services for, let's say, a very short-term forecast, like 30 minutes, 1 hour or so, or you leave these for rapid update cycles and rapid refresh cycles?
I think we are having problems finding observations that are close to our wind sites. Yeah, with the offshore, we simply don't have the measurements available, and in the onshore, we have them at the wrong height levels. So we kind of relying on our own data in this case. So far we haven't used the observations from met stations in wind power forecasting.
One more question, Corinna?
A very quick one. I assume that wind or solar is not a price maker yet. Is this right?
No.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Can you give a kind of an idea of can we expect that this is going to happen now that there is so much volatility and there is so much crisis in the energy mixture and with the gas and war situation? Is this something that there is consideration that in getting there to have wind and solar also as price makers?
I mean, on the short-term markets, wind and solar are the main drivers for the price changes. Yeah. So in the intraday market, that can be either the outages of large generation units, like power plants, or is the weather-driven system like wind and solar? So that's the main factor. So I guess this is already happening. Yeah.
So there you don't go in with negative prices. There you go in with pricing.
Yeah.
But on the day ahead.
But the day-ahead mechanism is a bit different. So day-ahead mechanism is taking into account the required demand for the expected demand for the next day, and it's kind of netting with the available production, and then the marginal cost of the highest plant that needs to be used to match the demand is then setting the price uniformly for the entire market. Yes, but at least currently this is not how the market works. The day-ahead market has a uniform price for all assets participating. So
yeah. Follow up later, but I wouldn't be suited there. So thanks very much, Matt.
Welcome.
So that brings on to our third and final talk for this session, given by Kathryn Fowler from Centrica Trading. So when the slides are ready, over to you.
Right, so I'm Kathryn. I've been at Centrica for 3 years now. So lucky me, I've been caught in between this automation sort of time. So in my time, I've been moving between analytics, data science, and now back to where I want to be, asset forecasting. So it's a really exciting time, and I'm really enjoying the work that I'm doing at the moment. I came to Centrica fresh out of my PhD. My PhD was in atmospheric physics, very looking at like small scale cloud systems. So it's really nice to be working in an area where there's rapid change, but also there's this impact on society that you can see. I just want to actually start by saying thank you for inviting me and organising this event, because actually I've been living in an echo chamber of COVID, of everything in the last 3 years of working at Centrica and working in this environment and building frameworks, and hearing, when I look through the agenda for the next 2 days, I thought actually it's not just me having these issues and having these problems with wind forecasting, and actually I'm really excited to make connections and reach out to you and see if we can have these mutual problems from different perspectives and see if we can get a solution or get some way of solving these problems. So the first two speakers that came across did a very good job in covering everything that I'd like to talk about. So I'm going to try and fill in the gaps of what hasn't been talked about. And I guess, what can I possibly add to all the knowledge that is in this room already? And I guess the knowledge that what I can give to you is the context of where your knowledge is used on a daily basis, and also how it could be used better is something that I would be more than open to hearing over lunch, over tea, over coffee. So please come and get me. Right, so let's start. Centrica, we're big. Are we going? Oh, slow, take your time. There we go. Right. So Centrica is a larger company and it has 6 different subsidiaries. And where I am in Centrica Energy Trading, we are the part of the company that connects the energy producers to the energy off-takers. So we've got a new branding, first time it's out, so enjoy. We're energy movers by nature. So that's how we like to portray ourselves. We're moving energy from the producers to the consumers. We're big already, but we're growing at a really rapid rate, and we want to continue this growth to a global market. So we currently have nearly 16 gigawatts of power assets in our portfolio. We trade over 24 markets globally. This accounts for like 7.4 million trades over a year. A slowly, rapidly growing headcount, so 391 current employees over 7 locations. And of the power assets, we've got just over 8 gigawatts of wind, maybe 2 gigawatts of solar. That is, by the end of the year, we're hoping to double these volumes. That's the direction that we're going in. I thought it might be useful to introduce sort of just a bit more about our business model and actually what drives where we come from. So there's 2 parts of our business. The first part is asset management. The second part is power gas trading, which is what's sort of been touched on a bit more, is the trading part of business. And this asset management area of our business is what allows us to grow in power and gas trading. I'll touch on the bits that aren't appropriate for this, just so you know how it fits into our larger business, but I'll skip over them. So we develop power PPA agreements to take assets to market, corporate PPA agreements, which links corporate consumption directly to renewable energies so they can be sustainable. These flexible energy solutions, so we're looking at managing assets in a, you'll have these slides after, so don't worry, you'll have all the information on them. So manage them on the intraday and on the really short term setup. And then we also do managing for renewable certificates, biomethane sourcing. And then if we go back, and in our trading area, we have trading all the way through from intraday through to curve. So I wasn't planning to talk much about curve because, but I will touch on that a little bit. And sort of asset optimization, which also comes under with our gas trading department. And we also have an LNG department as well, which a lot of change has been happening over the last few days. So where I want to go from here is sort of who in all our business areas out of the 391 employees that we have actually uses our wind power forecasts, who and what do they need out of them? What is their needs and what is their wants? Because traders are difficult people to keep happy. I'll let you know that. So first 3, you could sort of take a guess at. I'd say curve traders, intraday traders, day ahead traders. I'd say the next 3 is where it's changing a little bit in the requirements of who needs our power forecasts are changing. So the algo traders, asset optimization and balancing, and also our asset pricing teams. So they're the ones that create our PPAs, and maybe I'll go through in a bit more detail actually. So we've heard about the intraday traders, we've heard about the day ahead traders, curve traders, obviously looking longer term. They want more, the information that they want from the wind forecast is how do they change from normal? What's the delta between then and normal? Algo trading, they want all the information that's possibly out there and more. The asset optimization and balancing is that really short-term market that we were talking about before, where we're remotely controlling assets to balance in the short-term markets. And then asset pricing. So this is one we haven't really touched on. And it's that how can we manage a larger portfolio of assets to optimize our forecasts? Because like we say, we can optimize our forecasts by improving our models, improving our input data and data quality. But actually, if we look at overall, the forecast error on one site is relatively high. But if you even out that error over a portfolio of a couple of gigawatts, then that error is, and if you can design that portfolio to better suit what you already have in your portfolio, it's an easy win in one case. So this asset forecasting for asset pricing is more of a, you're looking back in time at historic forecast, doing a historic forecast, but then you're also looking at what is the likely power production over the next year? What will it fit into our portfolio? Is it something that we can manage in terms of risk and our investment in due to risk? It's a slightly different prospect to the short day stuff, and something that is exciting to look into in that sense. So what I actually went into after this, I thought, what is it that we actually need, rather than one of the problems we spoke about was this big data problem. How do we manage all the data? One way of managing the data is knowing exactly what we need to get out of the data, exactly what our outputs are. Then we don't need to have all the data just in case. We can manage the most important bits of data really carefully. And that has what has been my 3 years of glorious lockdown, has been building a framework to maintain these forecasts and building a framework to ensure this data flows through our system. So, right. Everything comes out at the end, goes to trade support and to our transmission, to the TSOs and to our scheduling system. So in that, the layer before, who sends the forecasts to the TSOs? So our curve traders will send forecasts that are on a resolution of like days, weeks, horizon greater than 7 days, and the level is TSO on market level. And that's the level that we would be optimizing on for that group. That's what they're interested in. Our day ahead traders and our intraday traders, like in the previous presentation, it depends on the market, the resolution of the forecast. So whether the forecast needs to be a 60-minute resolution, a 15-minute resolution, or a 5-minute resolution, which could be happening in a very short period of time, which that'll be a big stress test on my framework, but we'll find out. I'll let you know next meeting. So day ahead and intraday traders are both looking at that sort of resolution, but different horizon times. So day ahead are looking at 12 hours to 36 hours, intraday sort of that 1 hour to 6 hour period, which it's interesting when you look at that difference between more statistical based models looking at live online data, and the day ahead models obviously looking at the more numerical weather models that we have. And there's always been this difficulty of when do you merge between the two, how especially in the deterministic model of forecasting that we really want to move away from, but the traders hold on to it. So we have to support them a little bit in that. So actually, what is the requirement of that period that we're really struggling with? And there's not so much. It was always that desire to have one solution fits all, that one forecast, that best forecast that will flow through the whole system. And I think so the top three are more like the human traders that will oversee. They also have inputs from the algos and the asset optimization and data security. We have energy meteorologists that oversee and are able to interpret these models and support our traders. And they want all the information. They're details guys. They are my type of people. They're cool to talk to, but they want all the information, and they're often really good at maybe picking out patterns that statistically you would pick out but not be able to find the cause of in the statistics. And that is something that I sit between the two camps. I love data, don't get me wrong, like I could spend hours looking at data, but almost having those people to talk to and talk through that data is something that is so valuable, especially in this scenario. Now, the reason I've put the algo trading team as a slightly different way is they just want all the data. Horizon, 15-minute resolution, depending on the market again. Horizon, sort of less than 72 hours, they're sort of working on the still the short-term trading, and their level is also TSO. So they're still trading on the market level. So they also benefit from this portfolio management side of our business. Now, this is a new bit that landed on my desk I knew about it a few months ago, but it's on my desk now, is this asset optimization. So they are looking at, in the really short time, so in the last presentation, the final bit, this 15 to 5 minute sort of period, and the horizon is really short and speed is important to them. It's using the online data. It's almost like persistence is almost better than what we can produce in any other way. And then the final team that I talk to on a quite regular basis is the data security team. And it's not really they just need numbers. They don't need an optimized forecast, but they do need numbers for at least 10 days ahead. You've got to think in a world where data security is a real issue. We've all heard about the doctor's surgeries, the dental surgeries. I think there was an internet provider in Germany that knocked out half of our forecasts for a few hours. And it's always at a weekend, it's always at midnight. They never pick a friendly time to do it. But we always have to keep in mind that that's something that is in our discussions as we go through. And that also acts as a understanding how to manage your data in this sense is actually, in a data security sense, they need this forecast once a day before gate closure, before spot closes. They don't need this data in the same sense as asset optimization. They don't need this forecast stored every 5 minutes for 10 days ahead. And so it's a way of understanding how this data is going to be used and actually creating the solution that the end user wants. At the start, I've put in all our inputs to our data, and then I'm that middle box that connects our inputs to our output. Well, me and a team of, we're growing. There's 4 of us right now, but we'll hopefully got a few more to manage all these things growing in the future. And it seems like all these users of our forecasts all want different things. But there's one question that joins them all and makes them all agree on. And I ask them, every meeting I have with them, what do you want from your forecasts? What do you want from a forecast? And the response that I get is the best. Oh, right, great. So after a few meetings, after getting close to what they want, and I'm sure statisticians, oh wow, yeah, it's a, and it is this scenario where they want the best, and we have this conversation like, what is it that makes the forecast the best? Traders, simple answer, P&L. Cool. Well, cool for them anyway. Meteorologists, they want a bit more information, like metrics. They want the background, they want the MAE, they want the bias, they want the root mean squared error. They want these metrics at different production levels. They want these metrics under different weather systems. Cool, I can provide you that as a report. Sweet, done. Asset optimization, balancing algorithms. Now they're slightly different. They're not necessarily looking for the best forecast, because we know nowcasting and the forecast from now is almost as good for them going forward. What they want is speed and reliability. So they want metrics on how quickly was, like we were talking about earlier, an error, say, an offshore site goes offline. That's 500 megawatts off the grid straight away. They want that information within seconds, within less than seconds. They want it before it happened, but that can't happen because we get in trouble with compliance for that. But so they want different metrics to what the other teams want, and understanding how to measure these metrics has allowed us to develop, say, like a reporting framework and a development framework that explains. So now I use that reporting framework to influence the forecasting framework that we develop. And obviously we develop this multi-model forecasting, giving the best information, we're moving into it. We've now got a framework where we can start developing the probabilistic forecast, where we weren't at that stage before. And the algo traders are really supportive in this, and they give us, it's their, we work cross purposes on this, because actually, like we were talking about before, the variety of forecasts is what brings the algo traders value. They don't want 5 forecasts that all tell them the same thing. I always think this is the difference between a physical trader and a algo trader. Is a physical trader will want you to agree with them. 5 people all telling them the same thing: the market's going to do this, the forecast is going to do this. The algo trader will want 5 different forecasts that are telling them 5 different things about the environment that we're in right now. And hopefully now we've got a forecasting framework, we've got a reporting and analysis framework. Everyone should be happy. No, because then we get to the extreme events. Then the extreme events are the ones that aren't necessarily they're not caught by optimizing a forecast to MAE or bias or root mean squared error. These are the errors that happen. Like, they're like I was going to say a 5th percentile error, but maybe like a 0.5 percentile error. These are the extreme errors that cause MAE, it doesn't show up in, but for P&L, that comes back to us. Traders pass it back on to what happened in the forecast, why was everything shut down. So examples of these, I guess what I'll go into now is more like, I'll talk about the extreme events. I know we've talk about a bit more this afternoon with the weather, but it's something that we haven't touched on as traders and meteorology, and what causes these extreme errors and things like that. So icing is a big one. As soon as March hits, it's forgotten about until next October, as always. And I have read a lot about icing, all the Task 19 work, and because my background is in clouds, I got really excited about the ice particles in the air, and I had a great time reading about that. But what I realized, that we were going into this detail about icing happens continuously. There's always a little bit of ice on a turbine. What is the difference between it being an error that is on the 60th, 70th percentile, that realistically that type of error is sort of taken into account with model training and averages and sort of the breadth of the portfolio. But then when you talk about these errors that shut down whole energy systems, like SE1 and Finland, we can have these scenarios where icing shuts down the grid for 5-6 hours. actually, when I say that, I say it's happened on the last 2 Christmas days for 24 hours, always. But we have these scenarios, and statistically, they should be quite easy to pick out. But it's really hard to train a model just to those specific, when you only have maybe 5 days worth of data to train on, it's really difficult to pick out those specific scenarios that costs millions, those scenarios, over a very short amount of time. Another one, nocturnal jets. We spoke about the low level jets a little bit before, and I was looking at our portfolio and how our portfolio changed, and I didn't realize that actually just by adding an extra 20 meters to a turbine is probably what might have led to us noticing and that causing us massive issues. Most of our turbines were maybe below 80 meters at one point. And then if you maybe look in the last, like maybe 5 years of being built, but what's been coming into our portfolio is that once these turbines have reached 100, 120 meters, that's when we start hitting these low level jets more often. And it's almost understanding these errors. So I'm just gonna, idle. I'll give it a. Was it describing me? There we go. Yeah, cool. Yeah, that's cool. So yeah, these extreme scenarios, frontal passages, what we spoke about before, offshore sites, large offshore sites where one side of the front can be maybe a couple of meters per second, 3-4 meters per second. Then you've got a shift to almost 12-13 meters per second. But then you also get the times where storm cutoffs at those stages. I have to say probably the main struggle is human reaction to outage. Human input of data is often the difficult one in these scenarios. But how can we understand and communicate these extreme errors? And it is through the sort of using probabilistic forecasting, and that's where we are as a company, in that we want to be able to implement this over this large portfolio, and hopefully we've got and part of that is building in an explainability for these probabilistic forecasts as well. So that's what I wanted to cover. I'm open to any questions, and also open to any discussions about any of the large extreme errors we've found, anything that I've brought up, please just come and I'm happy to talk, as you can tell. So thank you.
I'm mindful it's almost lunchtime, so we'll take two quick questions. Very interesting talk there. I had a question about when you're pricing an asset for like a PPA, and you have to have like a back test framework, so you can kind of estimate the balance costs of a new wind farm that might be embedded within your portfolio.
Yeah,
it would seem like you have all these assets spread all over, and you're bidding oftentimes TSO for a larger aggregate. So I'm curious if you have like kind of that benchmark or back testing framework where you can introduce a new wind farm in its location, history.
Yeah, so that's one thing that we've been working on and building as part of the framework, and also we also compare it to what other assets we have, so other similar wind farms, similar locations, similar prices. I think you've also got to think about the fact that markets are becoming a bit more illiquid. It's harder to move energy, and you've got to understand the size of your portfolio in relation to the whole of the market that's available as well. So that's another consideration that we take into account.
Bit of a hypothetical question. You mentioned in your presentation that you have some data you couldn't share with another part of Centrica for compliance issues. If we imagine for a second that all those restrictions are lifted, how would that improve the job.
Compliance is there for a reason, and I think it's really important that we understand like it. We have to put rules on the financial markets, and I think that they're equivalent rules to those in a way. In that these rules stop insider trading, and that's why they're there. I think if we took them away, it would make our meteorologists, it would mean that we can react quickly and make it happen. But it's also that we get the information at the same time the grid gets the information, at the same time the rest of the other competitors in the market get the information. So we might see it. We might see something happen in online data, but that's also happening elsewhere. The grid will see that online data change for those sites. So it's we just need to give the best forecast we can. That's where we are.
And I think we should leave it there at lunchtime. But thanks again for all our speakers.
Yeah, thanks to all. I had a slide here saying at 12:50, let's make
So now we'll shift gears to seasonal forecasting. The presenter will be Eirgrid from the Austrian Meteorological.
Hi, thank you for the introduction, John. And I'm going to talk on subseasonal forecasting for temperature and precipitation, which is for us the first step for other parameters like wind and relative humidity, some experiments, first results, and also what's needed for the next step for wind speed, subseasonal forecasting, what we need to actually have a good forecast as well. And why it's called experiment, because we just started with it this year to use the ECMWF subseasonal or extended range forecast and downscale it to our needs. And what time range I'm talking of? I'm talking of the range of 10 days ahead to the next, let's say, couple of weeks, up to 6 weeks. But as we use the extended range forecast, which has also the first days in the forecast, we just decided to make some sort of seamless prediction on a daily basis for the next 46 days of the extended range forecast. Why is this important, not only for the energy sector, but also for agriculture and other sectors, is for the energy producers, they need some planning ahead of maintenance, scheduling, but also for the investors, it's important. For the grid operators, and I'm pretty sure some of you know more on this topic than I do. So I'm going to skip this slide and move to the next one to save also time. What issues do we have in general for the subseasonal to seasonal range? We have the chaotic behavior in the beginning, which does not allow the correct or let's say accurate predictions for the next couple of days, but we also have the climate range. And with the subseasonal focus, we're just in this transmission phase between initial conditions and atmosphere-ocean coupling for forecasting. And for wind, but also for temperature and other parameters, it really depends on the region where you are, what resolution your model has, what you're looking at in terms of forecast window, the teleconnections. So there's a lot of things going on. And we all know that the sub-seasonal predictions and also the days ahead, weeks ahead predictions of the numerical models improved in the past years, but we still need the targeted predictions. And a possible solution to improve the extended range forecast of the ECMWF for us is to use post-processing. And post-processing with machine learning, with statistical tools, with a simple bias correction, which means we need observations on a grid, not only on a point, but on a grid. So our initial idea was, well, we have a couple of post-processing tools on the short-term forecasting range. We have a couple of, let's call them post-processing tools for the climate timescales, like the classical bias correction and quantile mapping tools, the analogs and perfect PROC tools. So why not combine them and try to make some sort of very high resolution downscaling of the extended range forecasts. And the idea also is to have it on the 1 kilometer grid so that we can use it for other applications like agriculture, the energy sector, hydrology. So we have a set of tools we want to apply it, and let's see what happens. It can only get better than using the very, very coarse grid of the extended range forecast for Austria. So the scope of the project was sub-seasonal post-processing and downscaling of temperature and precipitation. The first step with wind speed in the back of our head. So everything we do for precipitation should at least work to some extent for wind as well. We focus right now on Austria for very practical reasons. And the add-on we have right now is we also test dynamical downscaling using the ARUM model, where we try to couple the ECMWF extended range forecast with the ARUM model. And it's a feasibility study, what needs to be done to couple these two models for that kind of forecasting range. And because probabilistic is important, we need to know the uncertainty of what we are doing and forecasting. We decided to not only generate an ensemble based on the different methods, models, but also to have some other sort of assembling out of that. I think one of the main reasons or the most important reasons is the last bullet on the slide, user needs and requests. We came up with this not only because we in the post-processing and modeling department said it's fun to do that, and we need to add something else to our nice modeling chain to get real seamless forecast, but also the user needs. So for different reasons and states of Austria, they issue already some sort of targeted forecasts based on the ECMWF monthly forecasts, which are actually they're like, here you have the anomalies of wind speed, of temperature and precipitation. You have a text which is targeted to that state, and that's the monthly issued forecast. And also our customer service and the customers said, we need more. We want to know more. And if you can give us something on an hourly base for the next 2 months, it would be super perfect, which we all know will never happen, at least in the next 2 to 3 years, probably. So we decided that we need this experiment. And we were in the lucky position that the SGS challenge of ECMWF finished last autumn, and our project started in January. So perfect for us because there were a lot of tools available already. The data of the SGS challenge is available, which is a good playground for us because we have a benchmark data set. And we can use one of the methods that won in the competition and see if we are able to run it in our system. So if the technical implementation works at all. But we want to have 1 kilometer forecast. So we are using the INCA analysis, and INCA is the Austrian statistical dynamical nowcasting and forecasting tool, which is nowcasting the first 4 to 6 hours, and then it transitions into the ARUM numerical weather prediction model for the next 48 hours. So we have the analysis field of the INCA as our, let's say, target or predictance, and the S2S data, plus we have the topography. And right now we keep it simple, we don't add more parameters because it gets too much. So pre-processing data, fetching of the dynamical downscaling data, and this part is important because the ARUM model cannot work with the S2S data, which limits us in the verification because the S2S time period is not available for ARUM coupling. So they are using more recent period. So our steps were adapting the in-house statistical models, the SAMOS and the GMOS. As you can see from the name MOS, it's based on the ensemble model output statistics method, which was introduced by Kneiting in 2005, I think, and is already the next step with a statistical anomaly model output statistics. And the G in GMOS stands for global, which means it's not based on anomalies, it's not based on a global minimization, but it uses it topography as additional information and fits on the residuals of the topography. And the episodes model. And the episodes is the German climate and decadal downscaling model. But I have a slide on that as well. We also decided we want to investigate more time into machine learning, and develop the unit-based architecture with an adapted loss function, because we need to account somehow for the upper and the lower tails of the distribution, and machine learning models and also statistical models tend to smooth the forecasts, and we want to account for that. And additionally implement suitable S2S challenge models. So right now, my colleague implemented the second place, which is a random forest-based model plus a logistic regression, and then I think the two are combined. Then we have the dynamical downscaling, and then we have the huge verification part, which still is not finished, but we have 2020 as our target year. And the other thing is we have direct contact to customers by our customer service who are also in the project. They talk to customers, they develop specified indices for temperature and precipitation, also started for wind this year because the colleague will be off next year. And they also aim at identifying new user groups. So yeah, this is all done by our customer service. They know their customers. So yeah, and it's going to be probabilistic, at least as some sort of multi-model ensemble, but we also want to make an ensemble out of the unit, maybe with the extended range ensemble members fed separately into the unit, or we use some sort of Scharke shuffle or CCC. Yeah, method SAMOS is a standardized anomaly model output statistic, which means for every observation site or grid point, I'm fitting the model on the anomalies from the climatology. So I'm getting rid of the climatology, and which means I can fit across all grid points or observation points at once and don't need to fit a separate model for every grid point. It also prevents, for a grid-based forecast, prevents this kind of patchy forecasts where one grid point looks completely different to the neighboring grid points. And the same is done for GMOS. The GMOS is a bit similar without the anomalies. And the episodes model actually is some sort of analog method as principal method, and then you add this perfect prog on top of it. And for our project, we are not adding this climate change guidance because we're not looking into climate change. We have the daily climatology, we have the short-term variability, and then we have the downscaled forecasts, let's say. And the colleague just started this month, so we will see how far we get, but it should be fast. And then we have two types of units. So we will start with a very simple unit architecture, just for as benchmark, and to get to know the method a bit better. Then we will use the unit which was published by Shah et al. But we might not be able to use the training and adaptation strategy because Austria looks different than the Rockies. So I cannot make 3 parts of the Austrian domain like they did for the Rockies. I think this doesn't work with the altitude distribution. I would have to make a trade-off. And what we will add to account for the tails is a weighted MSE and a weighted MAE loss function in the neural network. We published this method and another method where we implemented the SERA as a loss function into the convolutional LSTM just this summer. And we were able to outperform the classical MSE function, especially for the upper tails of the distribution. So we hope this works for temperature and precipitation as well, because the method was tested actually for wind speed. So we know it works for wind speed, which is good for next year of the project. So what we have right now is the SAMOS and GMOS is completely finished for 2020 for temperature, and also for precipitation. It should finish soon, and the results are here. And how does it look like if I pick an actual forecast? So I have here my analysis field, the INCA analysis for this specific date. You can see already the height dependency of the temperature in the plot. Below you see a topography, what it looks like. And this would be the ECMWF forecast for that day. Yeah. So we would see that at least the Alps are somehow in there, temperature-wise, but you would need a lot of things to do to actually break it down to see the Inn Valley or any other valley. So if you just interpolate it, it doesn't work. So you need to use something else. And I didn't test another quantile mapping and classical bias correction, but I guess the results would at least look similar to what GMOS and SAMOS, those two show. And I fear the colors are a bit bad. So in fact, with the raw ECMWF forecast, we would have an MAE of more than 7 degrees Celsius, which is quite a lot. With the SAMOS, we have an MAE of 4.25 and GMOS 4.91, which is also quite high, but it's better than more than 7 degrees Celsius. So at least we see that we managed to reduce the MAE using these two more statistical methods. And I'm calling it more statistical method because my colleague has implemented a boosting algorithm, which actually is something out of machine learning more than statistical. So it's not plain statistics anymore, but still we see that we are able to improve the forecasts, and we hope that for precipitation it works the same. The advantage of these two algorithms is they are fast. So it doesn't take me ages of training on a GPU. They can run on a typical Linux virtual machine or Linux server and don't take too many resources. We can train them either with 30 days of training, or we use a longer time period. We know that having this kind of, let's call it short period, is probably not the best for estimating the upper and the lower tails, but at least we're not that off, and we know that we need to work. So first results are quite good and better than anticipated, because I did not think that we achieved more than 1 Kelvin, 1 Celsius better. So that's quite okay. But what we know is sort of a drawback is that INCA is not a reanalysis, and it's also not a consistent analysis. The INCA model changed within the now, I think 20 years that we have it. So we started with it 2002, 2003. Then the domain changed a bit, so we made the domain bigger. We don't have a consistent set of observations in there. We have a varying radar quality in there because also the radar data changed. We have varying quality of NWP data. So in the beginning we had ECMWF, then we had the Aladdin, now we have the Arom. In the future, when Arom moves, when we don't use Arom but have the sea life as our main model, we will transition to the next. So it's good. It's really good that we have it, but we need to come up with something else. So we know that a reanalysis probably would be better than generating analysis separately for every parameter. But the reanalysis project is still running, so we don't have output for the next 2 to 3 years out of that. So at least for wind speed, we have a project which started now this summer, and the second part of the project or corresponding project starts in October, where we generate new analysis fields for wind speed, for the surface, but also for hub heights. So we use a set of consistent observations of the past 30 years, I would say, not only meteorological, but data that we have and we're allowed to use. We will use the Inca model driven by ERA 5, but we also use machine learning models and data-driven interpolation. And what we did as a first study is, first of all, investigate the skills of the different reanalysis fields for surface plus hub height, and compare it to observations we have in both altitudes. And on top, you see ERA 5 for a subregion in Austria, where we have a high alpine wind farm. And in the middle, you see the NEVA data set, in the middle is our data-driven analysis field, where we used a lot of observation data and used the GAM algorithm to interpolate it. And below you see what the Inca field would look like for that region. And we had a look at NEVA, we had a look at Mirror 2, ERA 5, Cosmo, also Inca, the GAM, and the GAM interpolated to hub height, just to see what can we use to generate our target fields for different kinds of forecasting tasks, for subseasonal nowcasting, or whatever we use the analysis for in the end. And we did see that with our quite simple data-driven GAM, we're actually better than Inca, better than the NEVA model for surface wind speed, and also better than some other models. And for the complex side, we also saw that for some complex sites, some ERA 5 is okay, and for others, NEVA is totally off. And also for, surprisingly, the flat part in Austria where we have wind energy, which is this Burgenland here, BGL. NEVA, the purple line up here, is sort of completely off, and this was surprising. I don't know why exactly, but probably some sort of model settings involved didn't work out that well for that region, would my guess be. Yeah, so this is what we are working right now also to improve our forecasts. And yeah, the next steps are finishing the subseasonal forecasting for temperature, precipitation, and starting with wind speed, make an ensemble out of it, and also discuss the outcome and the user needs. So what else can we do to improve it, or what kind of products they need from the subseasonal forecasting. Yeah, and we will start with the semi-operationalization of temperature and precipitation beginning of next year. And it will take us a while anyway to get this running operational. And start with the AI-driven analysis to have a better base for our for all our wind applications, basically. Yeah, and that's it.
Thank you. We have the anchor driven by consistent data. Do you remove some of that validation? Or I'm just wondering, is the answer
so for the AI-based, we have in-case target, yeah. So
are you finding yourself in a little bit of an out there as far as concerned?
this is done by my colleague, so I'm not quite sure how he will do it in the end. But our idea is to have the training part, the testing phase, and then the forecasting phase completely separated so that we don't see the forecasting phase. And SAMOS and GMOS, at least GMOS doesn't use Inca at all. GMOS just uses the topography. And SAMOS does use Inca, so we have the errors of Inca in there. But I also think he has separated into training or training for statistical. So I will see.
Any other? Yes. I'm not working on customer forecasting myself, but the verification period strikes me as short. But maybe you need longer verification periods along the forecast time range. That's a question.
Well, typically you need a longer training phase for machine learning than validation. And we have the whole of 2020. So every week we have a forecast for the next 4 to 6 days, which should give us enough impression of the skill of the methods. I think the problem here is that we have to limit our whole training setup when using Inca a bit so that we don't have more time for the testing phase. Because we do have the STS challenge data, they start in 2000. So January 2000, you have the first forecast for the next 46 days, and the training phase is, I think, 2000 till 2018. But because of Inca changing the domain in, I think, 2013, something like that, we will have to limit ourselves anyway, because I'm not going to train on interpolated pixels surrounding Austria, which I somehow interpolated, so it doesn't make sense. And I think 2020 should be enough, and also we're going to retrain it anyway when we are going to make the step for the operational phase, we have to retrain it. So should be enough. Yeah, we have, we use 4-year training period, but I can extend it back to 2013. So I start in 2015, but I can extend it back for 2 more years if I have to. If I need, yeah, and 2019 is our testing phase, which we are not going to use for the training, and yeah.
And thanks for your last talk. I was just wondering how tolerant are customers to errors in space forecasts? In other ways, do you have some threshold? Let's say if we get our errors below, I don't know, 5 degrees, then we go or don't go. I mean,
I think right now they're happy with every improvement compared to what we have. I mean, 7 degrees is a lot. So, and I'm pretty sure it's worse when you go into one of the valleys than compared to the flat part of Austria. Or if you go up to the mountains. But yeah, the customer service has a good impression, I think, and probably they will tell us if we are far too off. But right now, as it's still some sort of new, we learn with every forecast.
Any other questions? No. Thank you, Eirgrid.
Hello, should I share my screen?
Hello, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you from this one. Let's check that I can get you actually on the sound system.
Okay.
No, that should be this one.
Okay, I got all disable participant screen sharing.
Yeah, that's another thing.
We're going to continue with the seasonal forecasting theme. We're going to have a remote presentation featuring from ECMWF, the season forecast and their relevance for energy. So hopefully we'll get the
So now we got screen sharing. Then I put you over to this one. So this is half of the solution. Okay, try speaking now.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Ah, lovely.
Thank you. Okay, so we start now.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Okay, so I am Frédéric Vitart from ECMWF, and a lot of slides from this presentation come from my colleague Laurent Ledoux, who unfortunately couldn't make it today. So we talk about subseasonal to seasonal prediction for energy. A bit of context, well, as you all know very well, higher shares of renewable with higher shares of renewables in the mix, the electricity system is very exposed to atmospheric variability risks. And this plot shows yearly anomalies of wind power generation for different countries in Europe. If we take the example of Italy, we can see, pointer, okay. We can see that for some years, there was an increase of about 15% in the production of electricity due to wind. And while other years, there was a decrease by almost 15% in the wind power generation, which is quite relatively important. So the question is, can we anticipate weekly, monthly, and seasonal anomalies of wind speed, wind power generation, or energy demand? So this talk will focus on a time range which is called the S2S, subseasonal to seasonal time range, which is between 2 weeks but less than a season. So it's a difficult time range because it's a time range which is assumed to be a bit too long for the atmosphere to still have a memory of its initial conditions. So the skills start to be very low to predict weather events. And it's a bit too short for the boundary conditions of the atmosphere, like the ocean, land, to really bring predictability beyond the simple persistence. So this time range was quite ignored for quite a long time, but over the last decade, there has been quite a surge of interest for this time range, thanks to the discovery of several sources of predictability, which include ENSO, which is mostly for seasonal time range. We have the Malte Association, soil moisture, stratospheric initial conditions, Rossby waves, SST as well, sea ice extent, aerosols can be important, and there may be others. So for this time range, key source of predictability is Malte Association, which is characterized by increased precipitation by rain over the Indian Ocean, which propagates eastward, towards Indonesia, the West Pacific, and stop at the deadline. It takes about 50 days for this precipitation to propagate. And these events are mostly prominent in winter, boreal winter and spring. So if we can divide the MGO into 8 different phases, phase 2 and 3 are characterized by more precipitation over the Indian Ocean. 4-5 when it is over Indonesia, 6-7 over the West Pacific, and is followed by dry conditions. So the MGO was discovered in the early 70s, but it took quite a while to discover that it had an impact beyond the region where it propagates. It has a strong impact on Asian monsoon. It has also an impact on ENSO, but it has quite more importantly for people living in high latitudes, also an impact on the weather in the high latitudes through the propagation of Rossby waves. And an example of this impact is in the plot below, which shows that when we have an MGO in phase 4, the wind for during the January to March surface wind anomalies tend to be higher. We tend to have more winds over North Europe than in normal condition. And in phase 7, which is the opposite phase of the MGO, we tend to get the opposite impact. So for the prediction of wind energy as a subsequent time scale, it's quite an important source of predictability. Another important source of predictability is stratosphere. Over the North Pole, we have a strong polar vortex. And during a weak vortex event, which takes place a bit less than once a year, often in January or February, the vortex can get displaced or split in two. And this leads to a complete reversal of the winds above the North Pole in the stratosphere, and an increase of temperature by 30 to 40 degrees in the stratosphere. And it was found that those events can have an impact on the lower troposphere up to 30 to 40 to 60 days following this event. And the impact we typically get is cool conditions over North Europe and North Asia, and a warmer condition over Southeast Europe and Central Asia. The models are able to predict this type of events about 10 days in advance, which means that we can predict this type of anomaly normally at least a month, sometimes a month in advance. For the MGO, good news is that we can predict the MGO up to 4 to 5 weeks in advance, which means that there may be some predictability of the winds here over North Europe, so 4 to 5 weeks in advance. So the challenge of the S2S prediction is that, unlike weather forecasting, the scale is not constant in time. It varies very strongly depending on the occurrence of those sources of predictability, which are sometimes called windows of opportunity for forecast scale. For example, if you have a strong MGO or weak vortex event, you expect to have more predictability than in normal conditions. And the plot here shows an example of the scale of the models to predict the lower troposphere temperature. During the normal conditions, the anomaly correlation are very poor, 0.2, between 0.2 to 0.4 for week 3. But if you consider all the cases where you have a weak vortex event in the initial conditions, then the scale is much, much stronger. So for most models, the scale is much higher following a weak vortex conditions, and same following a strong vortex conditions. And for the MGO is the same. If you have an MGO in the initial conditions, so usually the scale is much higher. So the challenge is to be able to detect when, to be aware when the source of predictability to know when to trust or not. Those subseasonal forecast. Those subseasonal forecasts are produced well the same way as the NWP system. So we collect observations from atmosphere, ocean, the maximum we can, and then they are assimilated in the data assimilation system to create a coherent initial condition in the same space as the model. Since the atmosphere is chaotic, so we run the model many times. Small perturbations in the initial condition can give very different outcomes. So we run the model currently 51 times. Soon we will run it 100 times. And the model is an atmosphere model coupled to an ocean model with the sea ice. And the calibrated, and then we have calibrated products as a third stage. And we use observations also on the analysis to verify and to assess the skill of the system. So the products from these models are, of course, depend on the lead time. For medium range forecast, we produce, of course, a forecast on a daily basis on a even sub-daily basis over a single grid point. Simple location. For seasonal forecast, the products are usually based on 3 months mean. We try to go now more to monthly variability. For which 3 and 4, so for subsequent time scale, usually there is no predictability. Model is not able to distinguish the weather from one day to another, but it is able to distinguish the climate from 1 week to another. So usually the products are based on weekly means or sometimes bi-weekly means, like here week 3 plus 4. So it is important before using those forecasts to be aware of the skill. And this plot shows the evolution of skill scores as a function of lead time. So the score we look at here is the ROC score, which is very popular in weather forecasting. A value of 1 means perfect score. Climatology is a score of 0.5. So red means when the skill is larger than 0.5, which means that the model outperforms climatology. And one main message here is that, of course, the skill decreases with lead time, but even at week 4, when the skill is quite low in many locations, it's still always usually better than climatology and persistence. Another point I want to make here is the fact that the skill in a medium range is usually higher in the high latitudes compared to the tropics. And in week 4, it's the opposite. Actually, the skill is higher in the tropics than the high latitudes, which is typical of seasonal forecasting. While week 2 and 3 act more as an intermediary, where the skill is a bit more uniform. The skill, of course, vary by location depending on variable. It's stronger, it's larger for 2-meter temperatures than for wind, for instance, or precipitation. It varies also by season, and this is an example of skill for wind speed, 10-meter wind speed over Europe, from January to December. So there is a high skill usually in week 1, in day 5 to 11. For some part of the year, there is a bit of skill up to week 4, like in January, February. Some other part of the years, like in spring, it's more difficult. And for the seasonal time scale, there is the same thing. There's a bit of skill. There's some skill in week 1, in month 1, and some skill sometime in month 2, depending on the period of the year. Good news is that models are improving. We know that weather forecasting is getting better and better. We gain about 1 day of forecast skill per decade. For the standard subsequent time range, there's been also very significant improvement in the prediction of the sources of predictability, like the MGO. In the early 2000s, there was no skill to predict the MGO more than 2 weeks in advance, while now we are able to predict the MGO about a month in advance. So there has been a very significant gain in terms of predictive skill. And this translates also for improvement in the 2-meter temperature prediction over the northern extratropics between 2006, for example, here and 2021. Seasonal time scales has been also a large improvement in prediction of ENSO. We can predict ENSO no more than 4.5 months in advance, compared to 2.8 months 20 years ago. The improvement of skill in the high latitudes is a bit more elusive, however, at the seasonal time scale. So I will now go to the last part of this talk, show a few slides about case studies from a project, Your Horizon, the 2020 project S2S4E for energy. And in this project, the subsequent forecasts were used the following way: by using the model climate to compute the boundary of the tercile boundaries, so the top 33 percentile and 66 percentile. Then putting the 51 ensemble member into this probability distribution function, and then using a curve fitting to create the best estimate of the probabilities of the tercile probabilities, which are computed by the area below the curve. And we do the same for above 90 percentile or below 10 percentile. So here, the first example I want to show is about cold spell on wind drought in Europe in January 2017. So during this winter, there was quite cold conditions over most of Central Europe and France in particular, with a very high demand of energy over France that season. And there was also wind drought over UK and part of north of Europe, which also lowered the production of wind energy. This shows a week-to-week evolution of the surface temperature in observations. So the blue shaded area represents the climatology, and the black line represents the observed values, showing that these cold anomalies were mostly taking place in January 2017, mostly in the week of 17th of January. And for the wind speed, there was less wind than normal during most of the weeks during that season. So here we focus on 1 week, which is the 17th of January. And the skill scores for that period of time is usually to predict to meter temperature, that's the IPSS, is relatively high. So the higher the better. Positive values mean better than climatology. For week 1 is very high. For week 2 is still relatively high, and then gets relatively low at week 3. And the forecast of for those different for this week are different lead times. So day 511, 1218, 1925, and 2632 shows that the model predicted relatively well an increased probability to be in the lower tercile. So to go for low temperature and to have negative temperature anomalies over Europe. And there was also relatively high probability to be in the upper decile. So it was a relatively good forecast in that regards. And using a method developed by Whiffle et al. In 2020 to use a model output to parameterize electricity demand forecast here in France, we find also that the model also predicted very well that there will be high demands for energy, with more than 95% chance to be in the upper decile. The probability to be in the upper decile are also relatively high for week 2 and week 3, about 30%, but less in week 4. And we can see that there are some still in week 1, 2, and 3, but not much actually in week 4 in general. For wind speed, on the other hand, the forecasts were less successful for this event. Here the steel is relatively high in week 1, let's say week 2, but there is not much steel usually in week 3, week 4. And for this specific special event, there was a slightly higher probability to be in the probability to be in the lower tercile, but the favor tercile was actually the middle tercile. So it's unlikely people would have taken action there regarding the wind production. If we go to a higher time range for US, this is an example of US wind drought, which took place during the first quarter of 2015. This event had quite a very strong impact on the production of wind energy over California, North America. And the whole season was had much less wind than normal. The forecast for this time range show for months 1 here to months 2, months 3 indicated that the seasonal forecast from ECMWF produced a higher probability to be in the lower tercile. So that was quite a relatively good forecast in that regards. But the model failed to predict higher probability to be in the higher decile, in lower decile. So it means that the model predicted a shift in the general distribution, but not much in the higher probability, in the probability to have really an extreme event. And if we look at the general IPSS, the scores are very high, usually for months 1, 2, and 3, but much more modest, but almost no skill actually for to be in the lower decile or 90 percentile. So actually we can, if you look at this event, we can detect where this happened, where this came from. I mean, there was a study done to identify the SST in the Western Tropical Pacific as having a key impact. And some experiments where we impose those SST anomalies indicate actually that when we impose those SSE anomaly, the PDF of the wind actually shifted negatively. So which suggests that this played a role, actually, those SSE anomaly played a role. So I won't have time to go there. Just go to the conclusion. Just to say that the S2S prediction is challenging, though still at this time range depends strongly on source of predictability. The S2S models are improving with better representation and prediction of sources of predictability. There is room for improvement, as mentioned in the previous talks, through the use of AI/ML methods. And the S2S challenge showed some example of improvements. And the case study suggests that S2S forecast could be useful for the prediction of energy demand, for prediction of temperature, for the prediction of for wind production, for which WEPROG is much more challenging and may depend on the specific period of the year or specific location. So I will stop here.
Well, thank you, Frédéric. And do we have any questions?
You're using small perturbations of initial conditions to generate the ensemble, but considering the long time range of the model, would it be interesting to use perturbations of your physical parameters instead?
Yes, that's a very good point. Currently, we perturb the initial condition different ways. We perturb them by singular vectors, which were more designed to provide optimal perturbation at day 2. So that was more designed for medium range. We also have perturbation using ensemble data simulation with different to try to sample the uncertainty due to the data simulation and observing system. But we also perturb our model with stochastic physics. And we are going to SPP scheme, which is to perturb more the physical parameters coming on in next cycle. And it seems to make some impact, actually. So I think that should be implemented next year with cycle 48R1. So in Q2, probably 2023. But preliminary results indicate that it can have some impact on the prediction of the MGO and the other one. So you are right. I mean, we need to take into account the perturbation in the physical parameters.
Any other questions? Yes.
You mentioned that the models forecast may be more useful for forecasting energy demand. Have you considered their applicability to air source heat pumps, which have particular nonlinear characteristics for their electricity demand, and which may proliferate in the future under European policies?
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't hear very well the question. Sorry.
I think the question was, have you considered air-to-heat pumps or generally heat pumps that should be increasing in size and amount under current EU policies?
No, we haven't considered that, but I think, yeah, that's a good point to mention. I mean, here the results are relatively basic, I would say, compared to the use, but I think it gives a general flavor of, I think, what still we should expect for energy demand and other, but it's true. I mean, there's other factors taking place.
A question which is a bit different. In the past, the old people, farmers, etc., they were observing the nature and they were making some forecasts how the winter will be, etc. Is it something that is really valid, or I mean, it's kind of experience that they have accumulated throughout centuries? Is it something which, according to you, is real? And if we would observe more things from the nature, we could maybe improve this long-term forecast or not?
Well, that's an interesting question. I mean, I am not I mean, yes, it's true that farmers have accumulated some knowledge. I mean, sometimes we find the justification later on why there is a justification, sometimes not. Or to trust the validity. I mean, the season forecast is really, really difficult, even with our model in the high latitudes. I have personally some doubt about the ability just to be able for farmers just to be able to predict this. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it needs to be verified on the compared to model. Yeah, I mean, we need really a clear verification if we really want to make any statement on this. And I don't think there is any at the time being.
How close, how possible is it to take the results of what you've done and determine the need for long duration, month ahead scheduling of energy storage? Are there models that are able to consume the month ahead seasonal forecasts? Do they have forecasts to develop demand profiles for Europe, or same with wind? Or what's the state of the consumption of those seasonal forecasts?
So yeah, I couldn't hear the question. Can
the question was, what's the state of the use of the seasonal forecast for demand? Are there demand planning tools that can use that type of demand seasonal forecast for applications?
The use of seasonal forecast for application. Well, there is quite a high demand for those forecasts, and there is quite a large use currently for the agriculture. But as I say, I mean earlier, the scale of the seasonal time scale varies a lot depending on the regions. And the scale of seasonal forecast is particularly high in the tropical regions. So for agriculture in the tropical region in Africa or Southeast Asia, there is quite a good use of those seasonal forecasts. And there is some in seasonal forecast, there is some hotspots of skill where the region where the skill is really particularly high, like Northeast Brazil or southeast of the US. And the seasonal forecasts are, I think, used quite well in those regions with relatively good results. In the high latitudes, like over Europe, the skill is much more elusive, much more difficult. So I would say it's more at the stage of testing and evaluating right now than really using in an operational way. But that's my feeling. I mean, that I have the skill is really low, particularly during some of the seasons to make it really easy to use. Really operationally for really making decisions in those regions.
Well, thank you, Frédéric. We are going to move on to the next talk now. And our next presentation, we're going to move to the other end of the time-space scale, very short-term forecasting at very high resolution, as I've been told from the Whiffle project in the Netherlands.
Thank you.
Right. My name is Remco Verzijlbergh. I'm one of the founders of Whiffle. I'm going to talk about renewable energy forecasting with GPU-based large eddy simulations. Yeah, I owe a lot to the rest of the team, obviously, who made pretty pictures that I get to present. Just waiting for. Right, thanks. Yeah, so a few words about our company. Maybe not everybody knows it here. We are a TU Delft spin-off, founded in 2015. Well, we're a growing company. Currently, we're at 25 people. Pretty much, yeah, R&D heavy, I would say. At least the majority of people working on R&D. Although we actually have a weather model, we have chosen to focus on wind energy forecasting. Yeah, as a startup, that's a good thing to do, to focus. But yeah, actually applications areas are more diverse. And I would say since, well, this year, I would consider ourselves a scale up, not a startup anymore, but yeah, it doesn't really matter. Here on the right, we see two journal covers. Yeah, basically showing the big innovation that was done at TU Delft, where our company is based on. And that is to basically port a large eddy simulation code that used to run on big supercomputers consisting of CPUs. It's now ported to GPUs, so it runs very fast on modern GPUs. I'm not really going to talk about those parts today, but yeah, it's good to know. So I'll talk a bit about the differences between large eddy simulation and traditional numerical weather prediction models, and then some, let's say, insights in how you can use it for wind farm forecasting, also a bit on solar forecasting, and I'll say a few words also about statistical post-processing. And I'll end with some of the future challenges. I always just love to show a movie to make everybody immediately understand what large eddy simulation is about. So it's a bit shaky, that's too bad. Maybe it'll catch up. So what we're seeing here, it's graphics chip in my computer. Okay, well, we'll have to do with it. So what we're looking at here is a cloud field and also a wind field over a wind farm in the North Sea. So now we get to see some wake effects. So you see that large eddy simulation is really a turbulence resolving model, where you see all these beautiful turbulent structures. You see them in the clouds, you also see them in the wind. And turbulence is very important for describing wake effects. So that's really a strength. If you look closely, you actually see some turbines spinning. Well, these turbines are in the model, actually not the blades themselves. They are like porous discs, actuator discs. So I'll talk a bit more about that later. But yeah, this is how large eddy simulation looks like. This is what turbulence looks like. And yeah, this is, this is actually a nice benefit of doing your computation on the GPU. You get the nice graphics almost for free. All right, so then a few words about what large eddy simulation is all about. Now, an eddy, for those of you who don't know, is like a turbulent structure. And the essence of large eddy simulation is that you capture the energy carrying parts of the spectrum. So the most important part, you explicitly resolve that, and only the homogeneous turbulence, the subgrid turbulence, that you parameterize. So another way of saying that is that you actually now explicitly simulate the flow dependent part of the energy spectrum, and the flow independent, like homogeneous turbulence, that's the only thing you parameterize. And in that, it's a bit different from traditional weather prediction models. I see that my titles fall off a bit. Well, on the left here, we have some phenomena that are really explicitly resolved by large eddy simulation, like wind turbines, canopies, buildings, mountains, obviously, turbulence, clouds and fog, and also the surface energy balance in high detail. And then if you compare that with numerical weather prediction, these are two cores for like directly resolving turbulence and clouds. So there, the traditional weather models have to rely on parameterizations, whereas in large eddy simulation, you can resolve that. Now, there are certain things important for solar, for example, that are still parameterized in large eddy simulation, like radiation or precipitation. Those phenomena are much too small for even our large eddy simulation grids, so we also have to parameterize them. Now, how do you use large eddy simulation in practice or in operations? So, well, it kind of starts with downloading the large-scale weather conditions. We always use ECMWF for that, so it comes available at a certain time, and that's for us the starting point to kick off our high-resolution forecast. Now, some other input for that is the static boundary condition. So yeah, a lot of details about the land use, but also where are the turbines in my wind farm. So then we run our model. And after that, we do some post-processing. I'll say a few words more about that later. And yeah, the end result is being sent to the client. Well, as some of you know, the schedules in the energy forecasting area are pretty tight. The client always wants, yeah, the forecast as soon as possible. Well, ECMWF becomes available around maybe 8 in the morning, and usually the clients want their results by 9. So it leaves us about 1 hour, and well, that's actually quite easy because it immediately dictates the resolution that we can run. Yeah, we don't have to think too much about it. We just try to do the best we can in that hour of computation time. So for offshore wind farms, now why does it work well? Well, like I said, these turbines are actually integral parts of the model. So they're sitting there in the atmospheric flow, extracting momentum from the flow, also creating turbulence. Yeah, you see the wake effects there, and large eddy simulation is, yeah, it's quite a well-known tool, I would say, to study wind farm wakes. Because, well, let's say how far the wake extends, that's pretty much governed by turbulent mixing and turbulent mixing alone. And so hence this turbulence resolving model should do a good job in predicting that. Yeah, and then turbulent mixing, or that has pretty strong relations with things like atmospheric stability. And yeah, those relations are basically by design, they are in the simulation. So you don't have to come up with an if statement or whatever, just, yeah, the equations we solve just capture those relations. And they are important, yeah, if you think about statistical, yeah, methods to predict wakes. It becomes at some point pretty hard to take all the necessary or all the relevant atmospheric information into account. So yeah, just to give you another idea. So on the left, we have here an ECMWF 100-meter wind speed field. And then on the right, this is something that like an hourly average that our model would make of this. So you clearly see the wake effects inside the wind farms. They can be pretty significant. They can even go from one farm to the next. So that becomes increasingly important. Yeah. And another view on this, and I think somebody else showed it today as well, is the, if you think about how incredibly sensitive wind farm output is to small variations in wind speed. So that obviously has to do with the power curve, that very steep part, the cubic part. But also have a look here. These are simulation data from a very large wind farm consisting of, I think, yes, 200 wind turbines. And each of those red lines represents the power output of one turbine. So you can see that at some moments in time, there's actually like a 60% difference between the first row turbines and the fully waked turbines. And at other moments, that difference is much, much smaller. Now, why is that much smaller? Now, it has various causes, of course, wind speed, wind direction, but also atmospheric stability. All right, on to onshore wind forecasting. Well, one of the strengths there, I think, with LES is that you can resolve the terrain in very high detail. So typically, we would run on a 100-meter resolution. So here on the left, top left, you see well, a mountain map. This is a site in Greece, on Rhodes, actually, the islands. Now, and then here on the right, we see just an example wind speed forecast. Also note the little variations in the grass forecast. Now, that's the turbulence. That's yeah, done by the model. You also see the ECMWF forecast. It's close. Sometimes the deviations can be quite significant. And of course, the ECMWF forecast doesn't have the small scale variability. Now, here on the bottom left, it's a horizontal wind speed map. And I find this one very interesting. So this row of turbines here, it's actually sitting here on this ridge, and you see how the wind speed. So this is a side view, how the wind speed actually like accelerates over the mountains. Well-known phenomena, of course, but yeah, imagine if you have to do this with a much coarser grid. That's going to be very hard. Okay, on to solar forecasting. Yeah, I'm actually quite thrilled to show you this movie. What we're seeing here, and maybe I should pause it for a second before it goes too quickly. Yeah. What we're seeing here now is the downward shortwave radiation hitting the surface as calculated by the model. And actually, that's, yeah, I think that's pretty impressive, because in every time step for all these columns, we do the full radiative transfer. Well, full, I mean, as the common approximations to radiative transfer also employed in the large scale weather models. So if I would now play it again. So you see the clouds moving, and of course the clouds have their shadows. In this case, it's not, yeah, it's not really like a shadow, it's just the shortwave radiation hitting the surface. And well, you could imagine, and now it's, yeah, okay, the color scale becomes a bit weird. Oh, there's some more clouds, but there's no sun anymore, so we don't see the shadows. Yeah, you can imagine if you would sample here the shortwave radiation, you would see a lot of variability. And of course, it will never be possible to forecast that tomorrow at 11:10 there will be a cloud on that location, but the cloud fraction and its effect on radiation, that's something that you can forecast. So here is a snapshot of the radiation forecasted on the left. And what's also interesting to see the atmospheric feedback that has. So the skin temperature, basically the temperature of the top layer of the Earth, it immediately feels when there's a cloud. Well, we all know this, of course, when we walk outside, there's a cloud. Yeah, it's getting colder, but it's nice to see that feedback also. So improving the solar forecasting or the radiation parts of our model, it should also improve the, let's say, the model's performance, yeah, across the board. A little bit of validation here. So yeah, we've seen the three-dimensional cloud representations. I think that's where the large edge simulation is really strong. A traditional weather model only has more like a statistical description of the cloud field. But of course, yeah, these clouds are still stochastic by nature. So we still see a lot of scatter here in this 10-minute average scatter plot. So I guess that's one of the challenges, how to deal with that, how to filter out the noise, or I mean, taking a simple average would, or an ensemble average would probably be a good a step in a good direction. Yeah, all right, brings me to the next part. That's about statistical post-processing or machine learning, if you wish. So, well, at Whiffle, we are very proud, of course, of our high-resolution weather model, but we have learned the hard way that just giving this output to the client is not going to cut it. You're basically being beaten by, well, the industry standard approaches of taking various weather models, putting that in a machine learning model, and then creating a forecast based on that. So yeah, and that's a shame, because there's still a lot of useful information in the weather model. So actually now what we do is we basically do the same. We have the industry standard approach and then complement it with high resolution forecast. And we see that that has actually a good skill. It does raise sort of an interesting philosophical question almost. So we take ECMWF weather information as inputs, do a lot of computation, a lot of physics there, also some post-processing, then we create a forecast. Well, a statistical model actually kind of does, yeah, the same in a way. It also takes ECMWF inputs and then learns to make a forecast. So are we then just a very expensive, machine learning model, or why is it that we could be better? So then I thought about this. So what we put in this large eddy simulation is basically like centuries of knowledge of physics, how the laws of physics work. So yeah, we don't need to learn that. We know it from experiments, from clever people. So that's what we put in. So I think that gives us like a head start over a purely machine learning model. But yeah, we are not perfect, and we also make some errors. So if we are if we do not post-process our own results, at some point the gradient boosting machine or whichever machine learning model could beat us after having seen a certain amount of training data points. How much? I don't know. Depends, maybe case by case, but yeah. So I think here you also see that for hindcasting, when a wind farm is being planned and there is no data yet, we see actually a pretty strong demand for our products. And that's maybe because of this, because then you don't have the alternative of using machine learning. So, and I also think that if you would combine large eddy simulation and gradient boosting machines, I see no reason why you should not always still be better than just putting the raw ECMWF data in your gradient boosting machine. So, well, I would like to think that this is the kind of skill that we can deliver at Whiffle, a carefully set up large eddy simulation with good post-processing. All right, a few words about future research. I know it's one of the topics of the whole workshop. So with a lot of blood, sweat and tears, I would almost say, we have created a new setup to prescribe boundary conditions. That has taken a lot of work. It was very tough, but right now there's a first version running and we are kind of fine-tuning it right now. Also this year we hope to make our multi-GPU functionality complete, and that means that we can do even larger domains like 200 by 200 kilometers, or maybe a bit larger even. So then, well, small country, Netherlands, Ireland, maybe, that should be possible then on 100-meter resolution. We also have some projects on microphysics, so that's for rain and snow, data assimilation in the Smart Forest project even. And I think also the coupled atmosphere, ocean and wave modeling, that's very promising. And and ensembles, I put them there. I want to end with this slide. So it's about the future of numerical weather prediction. I mean, it's obviously gigantic what has happened in numerical weather prediction, the silent revolution. And well, resolutions are getting finer in the traditional models. On the other hand, large eddy simulations comes from very small and maybe even stylized kind of simulation, but it's growing into a full-blown weather prediction tool. And we are like expanding our simulation domain. So these are kind of converging. So if you would say that the next generation weather model is turbulence and cloud resolving, well, by definition, then you are talking about a large eddy simulation. So it can come from both ways, I would say. It can come from the top down, the numerical weather prediction models that go into resolutions where they effectively become large eddy simulations, or bottom up, large eddy simulations scaling up at some point to European, maybe even global scale. So maybe a bit of a contest there. I don't know. And I think this has a lot of potential for the energy transition and also climate adaptation. We really believe that this is the future of numerical weather prediction. So with that, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Yeah, the question, I think you're presenting a question about maybe think, and then some the use case for your what do users value? Your plans of actually doing a benchmark where we're doing sort of a comparison to actually see what the benefit is of LES plus process?
Yeah, no, great questions. Well, I think I mean the users in the energy sector, maybe they find this nice pictures, but in the end, I think they couldn't care less how you generate your results. If you have a crystal ball or whatever, it just needs to be the best forecast. So this type of picture, at best, let's say, earns us a pilot project, and then we have to show how good we are. And then I think what we see where we can excel is, in an environment like a very big offshore wind farm, because we do the wake effect so well. And then I think we really have this advantage over statistical model that would have to learn all these delicate relations between atmospheric stability, boundary layer height, wind direction. And then the dimension of the problem, I think, becomes too big for many machine learning problems. So, and then, because LES takes all those intricate things into account by design, there you can actually improve. And pilots, I mean, we do them, well, benchmarks, we do them internally a lot. And then we compare ourselves, for example, with just a mix of weather models plus gradient boosting machines. And then we generally see that adding the large eddy simulation to that mix improves the results somewhat. It's not magic, of course. So I think from side to side, we can see, I don't know, 10%, 20% improvements of the LES, and then in the mix, that's usually a bit less even. It depends very much on the site. So,
I think you have to focus on amplitude and leave out applications that require correct phase, because the higher the resolution and with the LES, you are punished on the phase. And this is a physical problem that you're never going to get rid of. So of course, the making a mixture of training will help you to be competitive on this. But I think what is important with your approach is to focus on applications where the amplitude is important. So in system operation, for example, the amplitude is often more important than the phase. So a system operator, for example, wants to know how a ramp is on the maximum and doesn't care if it's half an hour, 15 minutes phase shifted. So it's these kind of applications I think you should focus on.
Yeah, well, I can agree to that to some extent. I mean, in principle, an ensemble approach or even a simple smoothing approach can already help a lot with this phase problem. But consider a phenomenon like low-level jet. So we have a stable night and we have low-level jets like setting in at some point. Well, when exactly? So is that a phase problem or an amplitude problem? And I think large eddy simulation is very good at that because it gets the physics right. So, but I would agree that, for example, the timing of a low pressure system, we're not really going to add much to that. So we can do at best the same as ECMWF. There I agree,
Just this point, I would ask you about a bit more about your initial conditions. I mean, if you wanted to predict the phase, I mean, initial conditions are critical. And when you show this such one, I mean, where do you get all the small clouds from? So that's, how do you do it now?
At the moment, we actually, happily are riding on ECMWF's data simulation. So we just initialize with ECMWF. Yeah, but if you look at that land-sea transition there, and why are those clouds starting there? That's you can actually predict that with good physics and high resolution. You don't need to assimilate the clouds there.
You still need some time to let the clouds
develop? Sure. No, I agree to that. So that's more about the spin up, and we do of course use quite a bit of spin up. Yeah. And luckily for us, when ECMWF forecasts become available, they have been initialized at 0 UTC. So that gives us like 8 hours of spin up time, right? We can basically spin up the model, from 0 to 8 UTC, because that's by the time we get ECMWF, it's already in the past, but it's useful for spin up.
I wanted to ask about satellite data. Do you use satellite imagery to...
At the moment, not. So that's very much on the R&D agenda now. So that's about data assimilation. Yeah, we do plan to do that. But yeah, we wanted to first get, well, let's say the low-hanging fruit of, making sure we have good heterogeneous boundary conditions, the radiation. That's also important for if you are assimilating satellite data. And I think now we have, reached the point where we want to start assimilating for ourselves. Yeah.
I have a question on your previous slide about the two forecasts for 2030. Actually, I would like to address the question to an NWP. Do they share this forecast, for example, for 2030, or you think it will be longer than
it will be longer because I mean you can easily reduce the also in WP reduce the resolution or increase resolution, but still I mean then there are also physical changes. I mean how, especially in parameterizations, and so you have to also adapt this, and it's not just screwing down resolution. The forecast doesn't become better. Just decrease resolution. It's more complicated than the physics. The result changes. So I think you will not be able to make a global forecast with 2 kilometers in 2030, where you can show that it's better than with say 6 kilometers. Yeah, the question is to demonstrate that you really get the value out. I mean, you can do it, but is it worth it? That's a big question. I would doubt it. That's worth it. But I don't know of plans also that other centers want to go to this resolution operations. Yeah.
Just a quickly piggyback on that, I mean, I completely agree. I think it's a misleading comparison. NWP is resolving substantially more in terms of parameterization of Earth system physics than LES is. So it's not as easy when you're changing resolution in an NWP Earth system model. You have to parameterize many more physical systems than when you do in LES. So
I don't agree to that.
But you're not going out to the exosphere, the stratosphere, the thermosphere. Do you go down to meters below ground? Do you parameterize?
We do, yes. Yeah.
And you go right up to that high level? I didn't know.
No, we don't go up to the stratosphere, that's true, but I see no reason why we could not do it. At the moment, we don't do it, but we have a ground scheme, actually the Tessel scheme. So yeah, I think
there's a big energy flow between the stratosphere and the troposphere. Quite
sure.
Difficult, but we don't even fully understand the Earth system models. I wasn't aware you were doing that.
And I did also mention that LES is becoming a full-blown weather model. I didn't say we already were, but I think we resolve a lot of physics. We have aerosols, we have radiation, we have a ground scheme, we have microphysics, we have mountains, we have canopies. Well, what else do we want?
When you have it, doesn't mean that you really do it all perfect.
No, of course.
Radiation, you still do one column model.
No. Oh, sorry. I wasn't clear. We do it for each column.
We do lots of columns, but we don't do 3D radiation.
No. Okay. No, it's.
So that's. I mean, if you go down in resolution, at some point you have to. How do I do that? Real radiation is three-dimensional. There's side reflection from clouds. So it's. I mean, it's not just increasing resolution.
But we also ask ourselves the question, do we need to do that? Do we need to do 3D clouds? And maybe the answer will be yes, but of course we are also trying to be wise with our computational resources. And for now, we saw no reason to do it. I think it's actually already quite a significant step to do it like on 100-meter grid box, and then, yeah, what I showed this.
It's the one to do it also before calling. So that's, I mean, I object a bit in the way that you presented it so easy. You just increase resolution and then you will improve. And that's
I use the term blood, sweat, and tears. I never said it was easy. And I also don't say it's easy to make that step here. I know about the gray zone and the terra incognita. But if we would agree on that a future weather model, I don't know, 2030 is thought-provoking, obviously. But if a future weather model can be turbulence and cloud resolving, then there's only two ways of getting there. It's either from where we are now and expanding scale, or changing the formulations and the parameterizations in numerical weather prediction. And both are not going to be easy. So I don't mean to like raise the expectation that we are a perfect model or whatever. I mean, you don't want to know how frustrated we have been many times with comparing ourselves to ECMWF, which was always better, almost always. So we know how difficult it is. But yeah, I'm just saying there can be certain benefits of high resolution. You can model certain phenomena that are important for, especially for renewable energy. And yeah, we try to make use of that.
Okay, I'm sure we can continue this discussion for a while, and we have an opportunity in the open space session that will follow after the break. So we can continue. So thank you for coming.
I think we have coffee break first.
Wars and frequency. Geopolitical, like large nuclear power plants get involved.
Okay, so that was really interesting discussions. I think I can see a lot of posts, and maybe we just go from one to the other, and on each somebody should be quickly summarizing the discussion. So I don't know, Gregor, will you start, or John? John?
Yeah. Okay, so we had a very wide-ranging discussion on extreme events relevant to the power system, and an interesting angle was probably related more to the correlation type, but there was a lot of unusual correlations between either weather events or human behavior anomalies. One thing that came up is, for example, that Dave had mentioned was the funeral services for the Queen. You're going to have a potential human behavior anomaly. What if you had a weather anomaly at the same time? So now you have a difficult problem because you don't have a history of what the human behavior is for that type of event. But then now, if you put in some type of weather anomaly, what happens? And then there are many different flavors of that type of phenomena. That what happens when you have human behavior anomalies and weather anomalies? Another example was if you have EVs in the future, right? And you say you have a hurricane, you're going to have evacuation. Now everybody has to charge their EV at the same time, right, to evacuate the area. Well, so now you have a human behavior anomaly, you have a weather anomaly, right? Another one that was brought up is an unusual snowstorm that's in an area that doesn't have snow, or a time of year where you don't have it, right? So now you might have a damage to the grid system, but people might also be stranded in different areas, so that would modify the load profile, right? So, yeah, the idea of correlation events, goes beyond just weather correlations, which we've talked about, low wind, low solar, high demand, right? And that's kind of the thing that everybody thinks about. But another one that was brought up was if you have a drought, right? If you have nuclear on the system, right? In a long-term drought, that's the water temperatures rise. You might have to shut down the nuclear plant because of cooling issues, right? Because whatever the cooling source for the water is, the temperature is too high. So again, you have correlation. You might have a low wind period or a low solar period correlated with that. So now you have, again, multiple factors that come in unusual ways, right? So I think that was the flavor, even though we weren't the correlation topic, but a lot of the discussion drifted off into different combinations of both human behavior anomalies and weather anomalies.
Thank you, John. That was really interesting. Gregor, will you continue?
Well, the topic here was in principle non-extreme weather events that cause challenges for the power system, but we sort of mapped nearly every weather and Earth system feature that had an impact, however large, on the power system. That's from obscuring PV panels like Sahara dust, air quality, volcanoes, dust on the panels, or dust also on the wind turbine blades that usually in climates like this one will get washed down quite regularly, but if you're in Egypt, then it doesn't. If you're in Egypt, it might also be locusts or similar that obscure the PVs, or a solar eclipse, as we get one in the near future. Then on the other end, you can have icing or snow, and you can actually have lower efficiency of heat pumps at low temperatures, or you might have a different efficiency of your electric vehicles that change charging patterns or charging demand. Also in the obscuring is fog, morning fog for PVs, but there's also a different fog topic with fog and power line noise, which makes that distribute a bit better. We obviously have one on Dunkelflaute and one on oversupply, because sometimes you just have too much. I don't know what to do with it. Then you have some of the more classical power system things like prolonged heat events that we see for nuclear cooling and chances for dynamic line rating, but also some, what I would say, are a bit more obscure things like changes in grounding or HVDC resistivities, or there were a couple of more things, but I didn't get that all jotted down. Then we had the simple dry year. If you had low precipitation, then your hydro reservoirs are not going to be full. And if you start the year like that, then it's difficult. Maintenance stopping events, if you think of high wave, large significant wave heights, so that your maintenance technicians can't get out to the turbines, they will stay off for longer time. Cable falls after flood events, or generally flood events will take out quite some area from the power system. Do we need a standardization on ramp events? Is that necessary? Or we've been talking for many, many years on that. It's probably depending on the power system that has it. But are there other aspects that you can harmonize? Events spreading from country to country, diurnal cycles, and so on. And then we have a little bit on human behavior. That's in part the special days that David already mentioned.
or football finals. COVID was one of the sort of more human things that had a very significant impact on the power system. But also simple things like potentially higher EV charging demands in unpleasant weather, because people are using their EV rather than a bike. So that's sort of, I think I got through all of them. That's sort of what we had in terms of what are the potential impacts on the power system by weather. Some of them might be extreme.
Thanks. So I was taking notes for the correlation type events. John's given us a good list already, so I'll maybe see which of those we had here that I can add to that. Some were predictable, such as public holidays coinciding with clock change. Obviously very predictable, but quite unusual. Others were not so predictable, like natural disasters. You know, a volcanic eruption, earthquake would have quite a large impact on many aspects of the energy system. We talked about something that's already been mentioned, but these high demand, low renewable output type situations be weather driven, and the opposite. So excess supply, efficient supply. As well as supply-demand balance, the same could happen in ramping. So commonly at the end of the day when solar is ramping down, demand will be ramping up quite commonly. And also anytime demand is ramping, wind could be ramping in the opposite direction, which could stress the energy system. Topic very close to my heart is correlated forecast errors. So an error in an aspect of the weather forecast would have multiple correlated impacts, maybe correlated in space, maybe correlated in time between variables. Could have an extreme consequence. Another drought I thought was really interesting. So many things could happen during a drought would be correlated. So we've heard about cooling water, hydropower, biomass, the efficiency of power plants, and also the high temperatures themselves being associated with drought, driving demand, potentially fires and smoke. So certain weather situations could cause correlated impacts on the weather system. We have quite a comprehensive list, I think, between this group and the others. So thanks to everyone who contributed.
Thanks, Jethro. Brilliant. Yeah, and I just want to let you know we had really great discussion, and if I had actually used one paper per idea, I would have at least as many notes taken out as the other groups. So there's a lot on these three. Yeah, we talked about what's happening in different countries and also things that haven't happened yet, but might. So we talked about load shedding in California, for example, or voluntary load shedding. What you're doing in Colorado, you can sign up for a cheaper rate, and whenever it is, I didn't cut you off, or turn down the AC. Austria, they have the hydro storage, for example. So when there's extra power available, you can pump up the water and store it there. Yeah, power imports, exports, that's mitigation strategies. Curtailment. We also learned there's a difference in curtailment inherent between difference in curtailment and in constraining the power. Yeah, in certain countries, when they curtail, they get paid actually. We talked about market mechanisms. You could incentivize battery storage, for example. We talked about small energy communities where people go together and figure things out and try to be resilient. Market rules can change. We talked about a potential thing that can happen during summer nights when there's basically you you lose control of the grid, and the frequencies can climb over limits. And then what do you do? How do you, if you have too much power and no one's using it, basically, what do you do? Negative prices can be a mitigation strategy. I know someone mentioned, I think you mentioned people put out the heaters outside just to use power. Reference systems. Yeah, we also talked that mitigation strategies can actually make the problem worse, and it can turn the other way. Something. Yeah, it was mentioned it would be good to have a fair price for CO2. Also, mitigation strategies should involve multiple countries, because if you're isolated and you think you might not include whatever someone else might be doing. And just being prepared, just planning for what could happen, and being conservative. Then also put a price to blackouts, or price on human lives that might be lost if something happens. And yeah, and we could just use less power.
That's a really good one. I think thanks, Caroline. That was a good end. I guess of the mitigation strategies, because that will always help. So then we come to the last topic, and that was the future extremes. And we have, of course, also been talking about a number of the things that have also already been mentioned here. That's why I will take a few of those that have not been mentioned, like asteroids. This is a future event that we may have to talk about. Global pandemics, we have had one, or we are still in the tails of the COVID pandemic. What is the next pandemic, and how does that affect us? Then we have the effect of wind turbines on the atmosphere. If we have so much wind all over the place, how does this affect the energy in the atmosphere? Is the turbulence generating more, or is it somehow changing also our weather systems in some way? If we plaster our countries and oceans with wind turbines, then we have been talking about kind of perverse responses or wrong incentives of events. So what happens if people just respond very wrongly to any kind of extreme, like if you have very little energy, that the demand is going up, and or completely things that we cannot imagine right now, but that happens if we have a lot of renewables on the grid. Then extreme water levels was one of the things. What happens with that if some of the countries, at least here in Europe, Denmark and the Netherlands, are quite flat countries? How does that affect us? Icing in areas where it has not been seen yet, like we have seen Texas, who would have thought of an extreme event and a power cut off due to low temperatures. That can happen anywhere. In the Netherlands, we have now seen icing that hasn't happened before. Cyber attacks is also something that is probably a future event that we have to look into. How does that affect? If somebody suddenly also takes over all wind turbines in Europe and runs them up and down, and they think is funny, then one of the other things are, what if we are out of resources for other production that is still helping us to balance, like oil and gas and coal? So what happens if it's just not there anymore? I think that was about it. There are a few more correlated societal events like no electricity for appliances, heating, transport. How do we deal with that? The jet stream changing, we have heard about that. The climate scenario downscaling was something that came as maybe a mitigation strategy. Should we look into this? Should we look into how we can make better climate models? How is downscaling and something that could help us really predict better what is going to happen? And yeah, I think that was it. All other things we have the temperatures, of course, and the demand and supply that will change. So what if everything is going to change dramatically? How are we going to get over the transition phases? So I think that was really a lot of information we have gathered now, and I'm looking forward to kind of writing some of these things down so we can start a discussion, a deeper discussion on some of the, and find some streams that we can write down in a paper and get kind of those out that are maybe most important and that we should follow up and discuss over the next 5 years, 4 years.
3.5.
3.5. So thank you everybody for the good discussions, and I think we can close today a little bit later than expected, but I think it was really inspiring, and I also enjoyed the discussion a lot. So thanks everybody.
So now we actually, before the program, before the